2. Welcome in, folks. Welcome in. Thank you all so very, very much for being here. I hope you all are having a wonderful Saturday evening. Hope you're ready for some Covet Syndicate. I know I am. It's going to be pretty relaxing. Well, how are my players doing, guys? How are y'all days going?
Pretty good. Pretty good, Chief.
Yeah, got a cup of yogurt.
Oh, nice. Very good.
About to kill my son.
And Cheerios.
Does anybody get that reference? Okay, never mind.
Is it a Bible
I was
reference?
about to ask for clarification, Red.
No, okay, so real quick, there's like an episode of like, it was like a Food Network thing, and just like, food here's really good, having a great time. About to kill my son, and it just like immediately cuts off.
Fuck.
Oh, Jesus.
Amazing. Food Network, unhinged.
Food Network's got some bangers on it, though, to be honest with you.
For real.
It does.
We're here in DMDM Studios. About to play some Covet Syndicate.
Oh my god, Guy Fieri lives. Thank you guys for being here. Much appreciated. Let's get a recap going. I would appreciate if we could get everybody to kind of contribute. I know we did one pretty recently, but if you would give us like a rundown of the story so far since since Blackwood, basically, since everybody got founded. The long and short of it doesn't have to be super detailed.
The road so far. Carry On My Wayward Son starts playing.
Yeah.
God, please. No, it's just like Vaughn's just like, yeah, that's me. I bet you're wondering how I got here.
I feel like half the people in the group got my reference instantly, and the other half have no idea what I'm talking about.
No,
Of course I knew what you were talking about. I watched like
Yeah.
a lot of that show.
I watched all 15 seasons multiple times.
Jesus.
That's a lot.
I remember there was GIF and more GIF, and then the party became the GIF.
That's pretty accurate.
That's pretty accurate.
Actually nailed it.
Red, thank you so much for 1 year, homie. I love you, bro. Thank you.
Here's to another
Let's
one.
fucking go. Dreadlord Skull Height.
Hell yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Here's to another one.
Hell yeah.
Is what came out Sunday? Ah, frack.
Oh yeah, and then Omni became Ashwell 2.1.
Ashwell got a software
No,
update.
yeah, he's going through the patches. He's 2.1 now.
Astral blue screen and came back. Yeah, no, we, oh boy.
Now he's Ashwell 11, but his system doesn't meet the update requirements, so he can't.
I'm trying to go back to Ashwell 10.
Ashwell 11.
So,
Yeah.
let's see. At least it's not Ashwell ME. Anyway, that's really gross. So, when you mean since Blackwood, you mean the Battle of Blackwood or the founding of Blackwood?
No, not. I mean, like Elise was saying, kind of like the story so far. Like after, after we kind of started playing online.
Gotcha. All right. Shion, Natalie, did one of you two want to get it? Because that is like, that's before my time.
It's before mine as well.
Okay.
OG people.
Mm-hmm.
In the land far away.
Brilliant.
No, this is where Natalie usually takes it.
Oh yeah.
You should
Start
be.
me off.
No, he should narrate the Star Wars. In a galaxy far, far away.
Palpatine returns.
I can start if you want. So Kanan and Sarn left Cagerness and made their way to Blackwood, where they decided to set up a Covet. They ended up recruiting Ashwell and Red's character a little bit later. I don't know how detailed you want me to go. There's a lot of story to go over, so...
It doesn't have to be super detailed, just the long and short of it.
Yeah. We recruited them, they joined our syndicates, and we ended up doing some stuff in the town before running into Elisa's character. And, I don't know.
That's giving a lot, but okay.
There's so much. Again, I don't know how detailed to go.
That's fine.
We were actually heroes of Gagrinaz. You know, the goblin stomping day was legendary.
It's true.
Famous Weird Al Yankovic song.
But when we made our way back to town, making our way back to town,
Making our way back to town.
In Blackwood, we ended up seeing the Lord there get basically noped out of existence by the Empress of the land's daughter.
No.
Because he wasn't being loyal enough to the Empress. And kind of made us want to leave town, I think. That was a little bit of the reason why we wanted to get out of there.
Omni, thank you, dude. Thank you for the gift sub, buddy. So much love. Thank you,
wanted
honey.
to throw a little love out there.
Oh yeah.
Thank you, buddy.
There was also something with the last vampire, I think, but I don't remember all the details of that.
oh yeah, we
Or the first vampire, I mean.
yeah,
He
yeah,
will
so
be the
when-
last vampire.
He will be if we have our say.
Yeah. So when we tried to set up our Covet Syndicate in town, we met a lot of opposition. So we got tasked with getting the Codex so we could get more reinforcements from the other. What was the lady? The court.
The Court of Summer.
Yeah, like sort of. Yeah.
Sort of
And,
comer, is that what you're about to say? It's hilarious. I'm sorry.
Man, you know.
That was hilarious, Jihan. That was so fucking funny.
So anyway, we got tasked with getting the Codex underneath the Van Dreen castle, and we went through that gauntlet of like ballistas just shooting at us for like 2 episodes.
Yeah.
And we got to the Codex, and then Vonk nearly killed us all by summoning or reanimating time underneath the tower.
Oh yes, it was all me, you fucking shit.
Well, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stick something in you. That sounded way
baby.
too phallic. I meant for that
Ooh,
to sound like
baby.
threatening.
It's getting kind of steamy in here.
Oh,
We're gonna 1v1 later.
too hot for Twitch.
Y'all gonna have a sword fight?
On Twitch, Red Band later tonight.
Lol, he said, Lamau, as Derek's channel got banned.
Again.
Oh God.
Oh yeah, and then we got out of there like a Indiana Jones like escape sequence where the vampires coming after us, and then
That's my favorite part of Indiana Jones, when the vampires chase him down.
as he was getting close to us, we had a roundabout thing where he goes to be continued, and we made it out of there. And this is usually where Astral takes it.
All right. Sure. I can take it from there.
I love you guys. God damn it, I love you guys.
Motherfuck, like.
So, after our close encounter with the first vampire and our barely escaping the underbelly of the castle, we get back to the top of it. And when we're there, we decide that we need to sneak out with our ill-gotten gains and eventually get our pay. As we are in the process of escaping this place, this is where everything goes to shit. Prior to this, it had been a lovely ball in the castle that we had used for cover. At this point, we come back, and immediately who enters but the Empress's daughter, and her, not pet dragon, but pet dragon, comes in with her. At which point the lord of the town, or the lord of the city goes, "Oh, hey, welcome, how are you doing? Nice to have you on board, Empress's daughter." To which the Empress says, "Yeah, it is. Die." And he basically, gets killed by the dragon after a exchange back and forth where she indicates very clearly that he has failed in his post and is no longer welcome, and new management will take over. As we escape this extremely awkward situation, we get accosted not by one, not by two, but by three separate individuals on the way out the door, barely sneak our way out with the flimsiest of excuses. And this is the point where Zarn dies on the bridge, as we are trying to get our way out. And apparently the Empress came with a couple of assassins who were meant to kill us. I don't know the exact details as to why. Something tells me it has to do with whatever was going on with Kanan and Zarn prior to our involvement. But we get basically backstabbed by a bunch of invisible assassins, and Zarn actually dies. Vaunt gets knocked unconscious.
Literal stabbed.
Yeah, just a slight bisection. It's fine. A little duct tape, you'll be good.
Arise, novelist. Make manifest your machinations.
Oh no.
Welcome in,
Nice.
Ted.
I got my magnum souls for my
Magnum
fuckery.
fucker. Hell yeah, dude.
We haven't
Sick.
even started yet.
Oh God.
Thank
We
you.
have to add something interesting
you.
to the recap.
Was that a divine intervention?
Yeah,
Yes.
it was.
Yeah.
Oh no.
The story goblin will attack us shortly.
Oh no.
This session's not a beach episode. It's now a recap, Back to the Future style. We managed to escape, however, though Zarn gets left behind. Zarn, however, apparently has an ace up their sleeve and returns, their soul possessing one of, I believe, the handmaidens that served him in the past, with a new, now feminine body. And we realize that Blackwood has now officially outgrown its capacity for us to operate in it solely, and we need to find a way out. So we begin looking for real estate, and that's when we settle on what would eventually become, well, Silkwood, or Silkwater, our town, which is, we'll get to that. We find a place that we hear is abandoned, and we decide, let's go set up shop. Get us a little bit of distance between us and the first vampire, as at this point we're getting effectively magically drive-by'd at this point by literal demon summoners and wizards and warlocks who are gunning for us as competition. And on the road we meet, and that's when I hand it over to you, Elise.
It's me.
Where
Party,
do
party mom.
You have the final arc, buddy. You're the most important arc, because you're the one who did handle everything from Onward after the Battle of Silkwater.
That's fair. I am the most important one here. Go on,
Don't
Elise.
blow up his ego anymore.
Just gotta, it's like trying to get a cat to behave. You
You gotta keep it tame. Yeah.
You gotta throw catnip in the corner around stuff you don't want. You don't care breaking, so that you can save the other side of the room.
I'll knock all your shit off your desk.
Alright, well, at this point, you're fine. Just shut the fuck up. Kira did join the party. They were sent on behalf of Kanan, who had some sort of ties with Persephone. And Kira is basically just really functioning as the party mom, keeping everybody alive and telling them to cut their shit out.
True.
Yeah. Yeah, that's basically my function. That is what I do. I'm the fun killer.
And you use the
pass butter.
chonkla when you have to. The necrotic chonkla.
Yeah, basically.
Yep.
Let me see. It was shortly after Kira joined. They were on the road, so we had like a little travel arc where we got entangled with a troll king, basically, and Darvin got kidnapped, and we had to go recover Zarn's dwarf thrall
I needed my dwarf back.
slash child. And let me see.
They put him in the air fryer.
They did, but that was like later down our little travel arc.
Yep.
We almost TPK'd because of Drabs.
Yep. Shadow straps.
in the toll cave because he was just like, "Ha, I'm gonna summon a Titan to one-shot the party," and then oh god, who was it that saved our asses? I can't remember.
It was
I
Kier.
think it. Yeah.
I
Yep,
think
it was
it
Kier.
might have been Kier.
Love you, Kier.
And yeah, we ended up not TPKing, but Darwin was not yet saved because he did get deep fried when we were in Mother.
Sadly.
He didn't get deep fried in Mother. He got deep fried by the totem.
Oh yeah, he got deep fried by the totem, and then he got like double dipped in Mother. Like
Got restored in a way.
yeah,
He's got a metal beard now.
yeah.
Gar, he'd be Metalbeard.
And then that was when Vaunt's arc to destroy the party began when he saw the galley for sale Galleon, sorry, whatever, in Mother, and we ended up securing a base, not easily because our town was infested with the spores of Urlaku, ergo, i.e. Zagetmoy, and we basically had to banish a demon lord avatar back to its realm, which was cool and fun and not terrifying at all.
Not terrifying in the least bit.
And then we had a really nice little downtime arc where we built up our forces and we had a little war and found out that there's some of Zarn's cousins want us dead.
Not my cousins, but
Close enough.
they might be. You never know.
Let me see. Am I forgetting anything, guys?
No, you've been solid.
Yeah.
I got a dragon. That was the most important part, was that I got a dragon.
Mhm.
True.
And he is my son.
Yep. Mega true.
And
Or
then
not.
Vaunt tried to kill the party. Because he's a greedy fuck.
No. Yeah.
Carry on.
Okay, well, here's the, this is like One Piece. Like, we need to have, like, the One Piece intro song play.
It's
Oh
funny.
my god.
That's cool.
Vaughn's just like, the One Piece! No, I'm kidding.
Absolutely. God.
So Vaughn, yeah, saw the galleon back in Mother, and is just like, I have an idea, and it's a good idea, very good idea. And from there, he was just like, okay, so we're gonna get a spelljammer, and that'll solve almost all of our issues when it comes to transportation, since we're in a really weird spot where you can't really bring boats. So why not just take the boat and put it in the fucking air? So like, we're just gonna like fly the boat around rather, and we're gonna take it through like literally any part of the Astral Sea. And Vaughn's like, okay. And so he made he made up a contract. He thought that would help build trust between the party. He was wrong.
Backfired immensely.
Yep.
Okay, so that was a fucking lie. Contract fell through. Some people signed it, some people didn't. Wah, wah. But in that regard, he did sort of like secure everything. He made contact with Gith, quote unquote. He actually did make contact with Gith, which was the funny part, because he was bamboozled, but he also kind of wasn't bamboozled. So he's just like, okay, everybody but me, because Vaughn doesn't consider his staff a weapon, pick and choose. And they went to this old, like, decrepit citadel full of starving mind flayers and stuff like that. And Ashwell died to a beholder who was still hanging out, and this was supposed to be like a trial thing to see if we would become real Gith, and then we did become real Gith, and then Vaughn didn't talk very much. Vaughn learned what humility feels like, and from there he got the ship all ready to go, brought it back to Silkwater, and I think that's exactly where we left off.
Perfect. Inspiration all around. Wonderful recaps, everybody. Thank you very much. Pat yourselves on the back.
We did also all cover the fact that we have all built ourselves an army, of like respective armies, and have been using those, right? Like we did mention that.
No, we didn't
I have an
really mention
army.
that.
Kind of
yeah, you guys
important,
have-
considering
you
that's
guys
like
have
literally
standing
half of
armies.
what we're dealing with now.
Yeah, no, you guys have
Nah.
standing. You guys have standing armies. I have an army that I can
Well, we
summon whenever
mentioned
I
that
want.
we went to war, so I
Yeah, it's
feel
true.
like it kind of implies we had troops.
That's fair.
Very true.
I nonchalantly mentioned that we went to war.
That's fair.
Kind of flew in under the radar there. All right. Well, let's get into it. So, we begin the session on the Covet Syndicate keep itself. We can see a quite a splendid day. The rays of sun shining down, and a great number of your men, for lack of a better term, because you don't really have enough people quite yet to have like that much variance between when you need something done, who gets it done. Getting ready to like load up this magnificent galley. Red, would you please tell us what this ship looks like?
Sure. It's a full-size galleon, so it's got, I believe, 4 whole decks. If my Yoho ship knowledge comes in handy here, there's the top, there's the main deck, and then there's below deck, and then there's the galley, I think, and then there's the storage. It's a huge-ass ship that probably needs like a fuck ton of people. Normally, if it was seaworthy, it is seaworthy, but if it was like just seaworthy and not like being controlled by one person, it would probably need about 50 to 100 people to actually like operate this thing, between lowering anchors and handling all the blah 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 bullshit. Like, thing is fucking massive. It's got a massive area for all the officers' quarters for each of you guys that have contributed, of course. Other than
all
that, it just
contributed. What do you mean?
did you though?
We all did.
I think everybody did, yeah.
Yeah.
We all nearly died, Red. One of us died for their sins,
will
even if they didn't pay,
I
so...
will set this ship on fire.
Joke's on you. It's magic. You can't set it ablaze. Let's.
If only that were even the slightest bit true.
Yeah, it's not true.
I'm gonna make it fireproof, just to spite you.
What's the name of the ship?
Oh yeah, the name of the ship was the. I put it in my notes. Let me pull up my notes real quick.
It was the SS Squelcher or something.
Squelcher? The Squeeb.
It was the Squeeb. Yeah, that's what I named it.
SS Squeeb.
No, god damn it! I named it the Anatheum.
How do I spell that? Anathema. Anathema.
Was it Anethium or
Anethium?
Anathema?
Anatheum.
Anathema. Okay.
I'll put it in the chat. Anatheum.
This is a galleon, you said, Red?
Yeah, it's huge.
Yeah, I'm looking at the page. Jesus.
Crew of like 400.
Yep.
In like the real world, but like
Yeah. In this, still 20 crew, but that's pretty good.
800 halflings.
800 halflings.
I love that it has 2 castles on it. That's my favorite part.
Hell. This is what a galleon is. It looked like. That's how big a galleon is. Space whales are fucking huge, in case you didn't know. So.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mighty
Whales
thick.
being huge.
Space whales.
I don't believe it.
Yeah. They're not tiny.
Yeah, so the
Whales
galleon
have
has.
never been known for being big.
So there's the stern castle and the forecastle, which are between the main deck, and then there's the obviously the main deck, cargo deck, and then the steerage deck.
Yep.
Yeah.
Man, this thing is
Wonderful. We can see the Anatheum being loaded up with supplies for a shakedown run. Multitudes of barrels. We can tell that there's some kind of feast or some big party that is being planned to be happening aboard this vessel. Who do we come in on first, you guys?
Which one of you are walking down the gangway?
Where exactly are we?
The Covet keep docks.
Okay.
You've scuttled down the gangway. Scuttled up the gangway, actually.
I figure we can start with, if you guys want, Ashwell can be coming up the gangway towards you guys. So I figure he'd want to take a look at your giant ass, the thing that cost him his life anyway. So like, I think he is interested in it. So yeah, we'll say Ashwell's out for a morning stroll.
Actually, you see a couple of lackeys up at the front of the main deck, and they're fixing the bow lines.
Is it the gangplank?
No, the gangway, mister. Oh. This isn't League of Legends.
So Ashwell would just slowly be strolling down the down the walk, sort of just like taking in the size of the thing, and even then behind the mask, you can see like he's a little impressed. You'd eventually get over to where the gangway is and just sort of like knock the bottom of his heel on it a couple times. Permission to come aboard, Captain.
Vaughn steps out wearing an admiral's uniform. No, Vaughn steps out. He's wearing a robe. He is wearing a tricorn. He wants to fit the part. He wants everybody to know that he's the captain. He's got the nice big plume. He's a snappy dresser, if nothing else. Permission granted.
Thank you. And he's gonna just slowly clop his way up and take in the thing. So, this is your big project then, is it?
Indeed.
I'll admit, it's pretty good. He sort of just like leans over and just pats the side of it. How much did this cost you again?
No small amount. I believe it equated to about 40,000.
Well, seems like we got our money's worth out of it then.
Indeed. It will solve all of our problems. Or at least it will equate to a steady addition to solving said problems.
Speaking of problems, we have some business to
You are a problem.
We have some business to conclude, as I recall.
Perhaps. Give me just a moment. He's gonna yell up to the front. When you're finished with those bow lines, go fix the stern ones that you fucked up.
Yes, boss. Sorry. I told you not to put so much slack in the line. Well, I thought it had to be somewhat loose.
No climbing on the masts either.
You can see a nearby orc who was like trying to retrieve something that they like got caught up on the rafters. Like, oh shit.
Use the bloody ladder. Don't be a savage.
Yeah, ladder, of course, right.
We're not pirates.
Pirates. I don't. What's a pirate?
Never mind. Not you.
Grabs the water skin and pulls it back down, very quickly making themselves scarce.
Privateers, he'd shake his head.
I imagine.
Quarters?
Of course, either way. I imagine you'll want to train your own crew eventually.
Of course. I'm going to have my own ship mates, as it were. I had some buccaneers that were willing to come along for the cheap, so we'll see how they serve.
Fair. He'd follow you into the quarters.
Vaughn's quarters are like the ship is a really beautiful thing. Like it's seeing any ship in this like age, it's just like very nice. Everything's like all the wood is like polished, like everything's swabbed down. Vaughn has this thing like fucking spotless, not because he personally cleaned the whole thing. He had a bunch of other swabbies do it for him. But there'd be this up to the I'm trying to remember the name of the part of the ship, the stern castle. There's like between the stern castle is a door, and it obviously leads back to officers' quarters. But like up the stern castle, there's super nice wooden railings, and there's like carvings and of just like mythical sea creatures and stuff like that. It's super nice.
Oh yeah. True to what he says, it's like gorgeous. Like the fucking people of Mother take like some other other level of pride in their work, like master craftsmanship shit.
Nice. He slowly looks around the room. Oh, I will admit your quarters are nice.
Indeed. I do not spend such large sums of gold on lesser quality things. He'd open the door to his quarters, and it was this massive wooden door with like a round top on it, and he'd open it for you and
Thank
gesture.
you. You'd walk in, and once you're inside... So, I believe we had business we needed to conclude. My memories have begun to come back into some focus, and I recall a deal being made.
Perhaps there was, but I do not do business standing on my feet. He'd gesture for you to take a seat, and his quarters are super nice too. He's got like bookshelves like lining the back wall, just like full of books. Probably he took a handful of them from his library, and he has a property of his tower that like instantly whenever somebody brings a book into the tower that isn't already scribed, it automatically just like scribes the book up and throws it on a shelf. So he just brought a bunch of those with him. And,
That's awesome.
He got this massive, like, cherry desk that's, like, obviously nailed to the floor. I mean, the thing is so heavy it might not even need to be nailed to the floor. It's not going anywhere. And this
But
massive,
just in
like,
case. You don't want some thing slammed to the side of the ship and send a 600-pound dresser into someone's leg.
But you see the seat from which the Spelljammer itself, like, behind the desk, and it's, like, gently floating above the ground. It's, like, one of those really tall-backed, like, overstuffed upholstered chairs, and he just sits down into it, rests his hands on the like the arms of the chair end, and like dragons' faces, and like just like open maws. He just sits down and relaxes, takes off his hat. I'm not taking off my hat. Fuck off.
That's fair. He'd walk in front of the desk, look, sort of lean back, and as he does, he would just sort of float there in a seated position, hovering on something that seems to be invisible. He's had flight up this whole time. He's just kind of walking for the fun of it. He just sort of sits there hovering. So, the business reaches into his long greatcloak at this point, and pulls out a wrapped sword, long, curved, and puts it on the table in front of you. That is one of the items that Ashwell had in his safekeeping box inside the castle, the Sword of Life-Stealing.
Ah.
He puts it down on the table, sort of slowly wipes it off, and the cloth comes off. I don't think we ever described it, so whatever you want to describe it as, Derek.
Yeah, so. It is this scimitar-like blade. It's long and curved, and there's these carved grooves in the metal of the like edge that comes down to a this like reservoir in the hilt, where we can see that like if you twist the hilt, it spits out this little. I shouldn't say little. It's a rather large needle into your hand to transfer the life essence.
Last I spoke, we talked about transferring its unique properties into 2 blades. Well, considering what occurred, I believe now we have only 1. And as he holds out his hand, the blade, you hear a soft shh sound, like sound of paper being cut, as it slides out of nowhere and into his hand, and the little damaged tear in reality sealing behind it. As he takes it and sort of holds it out and just hovers there on the table in front of you. I believe our deal still holds. I believe I owed you money. I think my life is good enough for that payment, wouldn't you say?
Yes, indeed. Your currency is... Your currency is not going to be in gold. It's going to be in reason. You'd think about that.
Excellent. That would be my business concluded. However long you think the process will take, by all means, let me know when you're ready. I figure we have only a few days until the siege, so I assume we can't do that now. I know enough about magic to know that's not easy magic to do in speed. But, after our besieging, I'd like that completed.
It will take me some time. Yes, because I have not copied such runes before, and even if I were to copy such runes before, it would still take a great amount of time and effort. But it shall be done. I assure you. It shall cost me much, but I shall do it because I owe you, rather than expecting something in return.
He nods.
I've realized my faults and my shortcomings, and I am willing to change for the better.
His eyes smile behind the mask, and that sort of like flash of purple sort of like flickers a little, and you can see just like a hint of Ashwell's old gray eyes under there. You know, he actually considered you a friend. And I don't think he ever told you that. But he did.
I never told him either. I always called him a colleague. But he was far more to me than just a colleague.
There's still enough of him here to know. If it gives you comfort. And he slowly stands up, and the flight sort of like... It's really standing up isn't accurate. He rotates in midair till he's vertical. And he didn't blame you either. I think he sort of understood you in a way. He didn't know magic, Vaunt, but he knew pride. And if it makes you feel better, I think he kind of liked that part of you a little. Somehow. Well, I have much to do, so I'm going to be gone. If you want to talk, I won't be as quiet as he was. Be careful, friend. He's going to bow, and as he does, he's just going to disappear completely.
He's just sitting there, just like in his throne, just stern face. He has a lot to think about now. I'm sure somebody's gonna come like storming up to the door, like, Captain, Captain.
Who's the next to arrive?
Roll initiative.
Yes.
You can if you want to.
I'm down.
No. I like that. It's fun.
Let's see which one of you scallywags scuttles up the gangway first.
Well, not me.
Holy shit.
You already got up here.
I know.
Why is mine not rolling?
Here we go. Nice. Need to fix my color for this too.
Looks like it would be Kanan.
Yep.
Yee.
All right. I guess Kanan would already be on the boat.
The boat.
Hmm.
Don't fucking insult me and call this like a boat. Your little dinghy here, your little fucking... your little piece of driftwood.
Kanan's like, it ain't a castle, but it'll do, you know.
Damn. It's a moving castle, you shit.
No, I think you would see Kanan in her quarters just like gluing everything down because she doesn't like boats, like the movement.
Do you have
What's that
sovereign
legendary
glue or
epoxy
something?
called? Yeah, I was gonna say sovereign glue.
Do you have sovereign glue, Gian? Is that what you're using? I don't know what you have in your inventory.
Wait, let me check my inventory. This will make it.
Kanan went and killed a horse and boiled its hooves today.
No, you don't.
I got some shadow
I
felt
think that
shards.
you should. I think that you should give Kanan sovereign glue just to keep their stuff on the ground.
No, you can just nail it for the fuck's sake. That's why you have hammocks too.
How much does sovereign glue cost?
It's in a legendary item, so it's gonna cost a lot.
Oh yeah, no, he's right. Yeah.
That's our next adventure. We're gonna search for sovereign glue so Kanan can glue their bed down to the bed.
I find it hilarious that you're not just buying sovereign glue, you're buying a jar of flask with oil of slipperiness because it's so sticky. It's so fucked.
Wait, okay, so Derek, quick question. Are there cannons on this ship?
Yep,
Or
that's
is it
what the
like-
vehicle is saying.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so you have 2 4-inch guns that are mounted on the like deck itself, like in the position of chase guns, and then like on the second deck you have a forward-mounted 6-inch gun.
Nice.
Oh, we got 4-pounders. Let's go, baby.
They deal a lot more damage than what a normal thing would do.
This is making me want to start singing sea shanties, but I know I can't.
So Kanan, you were saying?
Oh yes.
I
Well,
mustn't.
yeah. I guess I misplaced my glue, so I ring my Vaunt bell, and I'm like, "Get me glue."
My Vaunt bell, get me glue.
It's like a bus bell, just a string in all the corners. Vaughn,
Remember-
stop the galleon, I
Bitch.
want to get out.
Bring me my epoxy, you fucking peasants. It's like,
Remember the small print in the contract I signed?
we'll provide epoxy for Kanan.
So you put you put your head over the magic mouth and speak into it, wherein Vaunt can hear that you need glue. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
Your the magic mouth set into the stonework next to you, Vaunt, speaks up with Kanan's voice, asking for glue.
He's gonna stand himself up, and he's gonna walk right past your room, and he's gonna go outside. He's gonna go grab a couple of his swabbies. Nails, hammers. Grab them from the cargo deck, bring them up here, make sure every bit of furniture in the office's rooms are nailed to the floor. Am I
Aye, Captain.
understood?
Aye. They salute.
Good man. He'll gesture, and he's gonna go sit back down.
Yeah. You notice that their salute it makes like no sense really. One of them does like a hand over their chest. One of them does like a military salute type thing. They don't really know what they're doing here. They're first timers for sure.
What they're doing is their best.
They're
Leave
doing
them-
their best.
Vaughn's gonna set an
Hello?
example. Vaughn's salute is going to be
2 fingers. Yeah. When
two
they see
fingers
you,
and then away.
when they see you do that, they repeat that salute back to you the second time and make their way inside below decks to get hammer and nails.
Gotta keep the morale up.
Kanan's gonna observe these workers as they nail down her stuff.
Yep. The human and the half orc that make their way inside very quickly begin setting about to do your bidding. Your bed, your desk, the chest of drawers is like they put like 4 nails on either side of it, so it's like locked in position. They nail down all of your stuff. Not particularly efficiency. They use like probably way more nails than you would feasibly need to use, but
It's not going anywhere.
it's not gonna move.
Yeah, I'll call Umak over and he'll test out the furniture. You know.
All I can think of is that SpongeBob episode where like SpongeBob loses his house and Patrick's just like nailing boards and he's just like nailing them off into the ether, like some Minecraft shit. And he keeps hitting his hand like, ouch, ouch.
So good.
Yeah, Umak just like kind of picks the desk up. The nails aren't like actually set into the desk itself anywhere near as much as they are more just kind of like on the legs to kind of keep it set into position.
Didn't I say to nail it down?
They look at you like, oh, right, sorry. Let's do that and take your instructions. The second time they do a lot better. The nails are crooked and bent, but they're in there.
They're doing their best.
Kanan's gonna walk up and inspect it herself and like try to move it and
It creaks. The wood kind of like groans.
she's gonna make a comment like, "Never nailed down furniture before." Oh my god.
They kind of look at you, like, put their heads down, like, no.
If you're the crew of this captain, I'm worried about the voyage.
They don't say anything. They're just, like, looking down in shame.
She's gonna sigh and say, "Alright, you can leave."
They very quickly GTFO, carrying the like 2 nails that they have left because they used each and every other one.
There's gonna be no more nails for everybody else.
Leave the hammer.
What are you gonna use it for?
Kanan, as the scene closes, Kanan is doing it herself because, you know, women's rights, you know.
Because women's rights. Okay, sick.
I'm more for women's wrongs. Do crime.
Yeah, Zarn, you're the next one to arrive.
Okay. So a little bit of all of our men are here.
Yeah, it's made up of mostly like the people that don't really fit into a unit because of numbers and stuff. Didn't really have anywhere else to go.
Are you asking permission to come aboard?
I don't need your permission to come aboard.
Yes, you do.
my
It's a
ship.
respect thing.
I don't respect
Zarn,
you.
yeah, I was gonna say Zarn doesn't respect you.
You will learn to.
No.
Well, the crewmates are gonna
I'm
see you
just
just come
coming
aboard
aboard.
if you're not asking to come aboard and you're coming aboard. The crewmates are gonna be like, "That's tacky as fuck."
I don't
Yeah.
give a shit.
There's whispers on the crew. You can
And
definitely
turn and look at them. Like, you talking about me?
They just like their eyes go wide, and they like very quickly get very interested in what it was they were just doing, swapping the deck or tightening ropes.
Yeah,
some
you
shit.
swapped that deck.
There be a lizard off starboard.
Who said that?
No.
They found me a 4-leaf clover, guys. Come on down here.
Oh.
Darvin
I
kind of
don't know
looks
what
to
to
you,
do.
very confused about like, should we maybe go find the wizard guy? I
The
don't
wizard guy.
really know where we're gonna be put up on here.
We must, though I'd rather not see him.
Yeah, he did get Ashwell killed.
Among other things. Alright.
He tried to make me
Let's
sign
see
a
the
contract.
wizard.
That was the worst of all.
Not only did he try and kill Omni, but worst, he tried to make me sign a contract.
He solicited me.
No, well, we'll go see. Font.
The maniac.
The fool. The hooligan. Alright, Bonds is just
I
in his
don't-
quarters.
I don't knock, I just walk right in.
Bonds just sitting there
So-
looking near you. You're gonna come in like he's just like, Welcome
So,
aboard.
this is the ship. Thank you.
it is indeed. It is a courtesy to ask if you may come aboard.
I helped pay for the ship. I didn't think I needed to ask permission.
But you have to ask permission to the captain.
Where's the captain?
You're looking at him.
I don't remember voting on that.
There's no democracy here. More of a hierarchy.
You think this is a pirate ship?
I'm not gonna ask. How about I sign a piece of paper saying I'd like to come on the ship, and every time I come on, you can look at that.
I thought you didn't like signing contracts.
Well, I don't have to put my name on it.
But then how are you going to sign it? Never mind. You are moronic sometimes. Your quarters are just down the hall in the middle. You keep your dwarf in there too.
Oh boy,
Very
Oh.
well.
Wish you to sleep aft deck with the crewmates?
I wish to sleep as far from you as possible.
Very well. Go down the hall to the left, middle door.
Okay. Well, bye.
Good talk.
Guess I'll go to my room now.
But Vaughn did not chisel anybody. The rooms are really nice. They're small because it's a ship, but like they're nice. They're probably like a little over 100 square foot apiece. I know that's not very big.
It's like 10 by 10.
Like I said. Yeah. Plenty of room to like have furniture, pretty much.
Room for activities. That's the size of my dorm when I was in the Air Force.
Nice.
It's a bunk bed situation, hammocks.
You know, knowing you have a dwarf, you probably did get a bunk bed put in. Yeah.
The taller part is for the dwarf, and it's like a lot smaller than your part. Oh, I get the top bunk. You really thought of everything. And he like very excitedly clambers up the little ladder.
No,
I'm
you
really
enjoy
tempted to
that,
say there's a
Darvin.
label. I'm really tempted to say there's a label that just says dwarf on it. For like the top bunk.
It even has dwarf on it. He knows I'm a dwarf. That's awful nice of him.
Flashback to Vaughn. Is he a halfling or a dwarf?
A gnome?
I'm glad you like it, Darvin.
Goblin.
Well, you did pay for it after all. Might as well enjoy it, I say. He flops down on the bed.
Grudgingly.
Ooh, goose
He's
feathers.
wanted. I'm not calling him captain, though.
Dread Captain Vaughn.
That actually sounds kind of badass.
Vaughn's gonna get fucking ripped. He's gonna like walk around with just like one of those like frilly shirts, but it's like cut off at the sleeves. He's gonna flex on everybody.
What
I'm
we
gonna
should
go ask Kanan to nail down my furniture. Don't know why, I just have a feeling that's something she'd be good at.
Rum and death should mean the same things to you.
My proficiency leveled up.
Efficiency carpentry.
You have carpenter's tools now.
It's not even carpentry, it's just nailing furniture to the ground.
Hey, you never know.
You now have a
that-
custom skill.
I do want to get that taken care of, though. I don't want Jarek to throw something at us later on where my furniture starts sliding around because I never got it nailed down.
Me who knows that gravity planes exist. Welcome in, Life at Disadvantage. Thank you for the raid with party of 2. Welcome in, raiders. Thank you so much, you guys. Welcome in.
Big love.
Oh. Well, to be fair, in my defense, Vaughn had a student handbook of driving on his desk as I walked in.
Student handbook of driving.
And it was an old...
Driving.
The only
No.
driving that's being done is you driving me fucking insane.
Remedial spell jamming.
It's called steering for dummies.
There's a cow
Spell
on the
jamming
cover.
for dummies.
Spell jamming for fucking nincompoops. It's like
Kira, you are the last of the party to arrive to the vessel.
Yep, that me. Okay. Kira is definitely not gonna ask for permission. They're just gonna let themselves aboard. Does Aranax want to come?
Oh yeah, he's fucking fascinated by the idea of a ship that can sail the stars. He's like, as soon as he heard that y'all were getting one, he was like, so, just curious, have you heard anything about, that tiefling? I was just thinking that, we just got that thing and we need to test it for operations, and like he was asking like pretty much every couple of hours, if you knew if y'all were going to be taking it on a shakedown run. He is fascinated by it.
Kira would put their hand on his shoulder. Do you want to come with me?
He starts like violently rocking back and forth like, yes!
You're allowed to be excited, dear. It's alright.
I would love to. Can we go right now?
Pack your things first.
I don't. Do I have anything that I need to take?
Extra clothing.
Oh, right.
You know.
I've been working on a technique of matter weaving through psionics. I think that I'm getting to a place where I might be able to just make like simple materials out of it, like wood and clothes, and I don't know. I just think about all that time we spent in Erebus, and like I feel like I'm getting pretty close.
And that's wonderful, dear. But can you brush your hair with it?
I don't. What's a brush made out of?
Bone, perhaps bristles.
No. I could make that from a person.
Go get your comb and your other things. Come on.
Okay. Very quickly.
Pack for you?
What's that?
Do you need me to pack for you?
Yes.
Alright. She's just gonna let him go ahead while she packs and let him look at the ship.
Yeah, he just like flies out of his chambers immediately, like takes into his full form and just soars out, making his way over to the boat. Ship.
Thing.
Oh,
Dinghy.
The boat.
The ding.
no. It's the galleon.
The galleon. He makes his way over to the galleon, precipitating Kira's entrance. He stands like on the docks, like just kind of like immediately taking back his humanoid form and just like marveling at it. A couple of the men come to get you, Vaunt, saying that there's a strange drow boy outside that they don't really know.
Strange drow boy.
Paul would stand himself up for the nth time. He'd go over, look over the starboard deck. He wouldn't say anything, he just looked down. He had his tricorn on his head.
We don't really know what to do about him, Captain. He's just kind of standing there. It looked like there was some big bird or something that carried him over, but we don't see the bird.
Just go about your chores and tasks. I'll handle it.
They go back to what they were doing.
Arnax, you have permission to come aboard.
He just immediately starts like walking across the gangplank. He's poring over all the details. He's looking at the cannons. He's inspecting their make. He's like basically asking the crew questions that they do not have the answer to. He's speculating about gravitic planes to keep a localized field so that shit doesn't get tossed and turned when you start going in 3 dimensions. Nobody really seems to know what the fuck he's talking about. Eventually he makes his way over to you. So, how did you find out how to make a, plane? How's it going to keep us, like, here? I can feel it. It's like its mass is pulling on me. What?
It's manipulation of the forces of the universe, my boy. It's gravity.
Gravity.
Manipulation of inertia and so on.
That's what Mother made it sound like, that woman you met in the place in the stars that you guys just got back from. She said that lady had gravity. Is it the same kind of gravity?
Gravity in a metaphorical sense. This is in the literal sense.
No.
It's a gravitational pocket that allows for...
No, it was like gravity. Like amethyst dragon kind of gravity.
Ah, yes. Similar, but not quite the same.
Oh. So she didn't just like give you some big scale or something?
No. I received a crystalline rod. Something that they use to have astral flight.
Astral flight. Got it. And this is what's going to let us go sail amongst the stars, right?
Indeed, amongst other things.
What do you think's out there?
If I had to guess, he'd lean on the rails. I believe that the things out there are countless, numerous, and improbable to even begin speculating upon. I imagine that we'll find the cadavers of dead gods alongside living people that still prey upon those that wish to travel the stars, simply just like the seas.
It's at this point that Kira arrives.
Kara just walk up the gangplank and look around the ship, seeing what had changed since the last time they'd been on.
Looks mostly the same, actually. Yeah.
Bit cleaner.
Mom,
Just not. Yes, Dad.
he said there's dead gods. He said we might see dead gods.
Might. It's a possibility. There are theories of people living inside these dead... He'd start walking. Colonies of people living inside of these cadavers, making use of their remains, as it were. He'd use his staff as he was walking across the deck.
Where are my quarters, Aunt?
I can show you to them.
Do so.
Very well. He would open the door to the officer's quarter in the stern castle, and he would gesture immediately to the left. Right here.
She's just gonna go in and shut the door and let Aranax keep peppering Vaunt with questions.
Yeah, his questions never cease. He might be completely fundamentally changed as a person due to the time that he spent in Erebus, but he's still curious as can be.
Vaunt highly respects this curiosity, and Vaunt will literally answer every single one of his questions like a parent that is explaining to a child why the sky is blue.
Yeah, he's absorbing all of it. Like, you can really tell he's learning everything and like understanding it as quickly as you're putting it out there. He has this almost intuitive knowledge. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I was gonna say wholesome.
Vaunt likes it a lot. Vaunt likes an intuitive mind because he himself is one. So he's just like meeting with somebody that's just as curious about everything as he is. Oh yeah, he's definitely going to be answering all these questions. And if he doesn't have an answer to them, he'll go to his quarters, start flipping through books, see if he can find something on it.
Yeah.
Nice.
He seems to genuinely appreciate it. Yeah, at the end of his inquisition, as it were, he asks, so, when are we going to take it out, Captain?
Once we have all the supplies aboard, I plan on making our first voyage probably in the morn.
Oh, I wish we could go now.
Patience is a significant virtue in these sorts of things. Though I do appreciate your ecstatic nature.
There's not very many things that get me excited, like food, the opportunity to prove to something that I am superior to it by every conceivable metric, and learning. And my mom. I love my mom. Do you love your mom?
Well, I do also enjoy learning new things, and the idea of the possibility of discovering something that has been previously undiscovered is I must say, it makes me giddy like a child. So,
I can't wait to see what we discover out there.
we shall discover many a great thing, I am sure. I've secured a bunk in the same quarters as your mother, because I presumed as you were coming aboard.
Oh, I don't sleep.
Ah. Well, it's an amenity then, mainly for appearances.
It's not gold. I'm not really interested. Or gemstones. I'm probably just gonna, walk around and get to know the crew a bit more.
Very well.
I want to learn how those cannons work.
Well, you see, Vaughn's gonna begin like a very long explanation of how a crack 4-pounder works.
Yeah, on that we will kind of fade up to where we can see the sun shifting into night, setting over the horizon, where the last of the supplies are being loaded aboard, and the crew is readying themselves to leave on the morrow. Don't go anywhere, anybody. We're going to take a quick 5 to 10. We'll be right back with more Covet Syndicate. Welcome back, folks. Welcome back. Thank y'all so much for waiting. I surely do appreciate it. So, the next morning, we can see the last of the people that are going to be joining, amongst their number being Whisper. Are you bringing the Shadow Priest, Kira? Kira?
Sorry, my mic was fucking up. It didn't want to unmute. Does he want to come?
You know, he has been working pretty hard lately.
I mean, yeah, he deserves a vacation.
He will happily attend at your request.
He is invited, and I can leave just like captain of the spider squad in charge or something.
Spider squad captain. Cool.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Is anybody else bringing any other retainers or anybody else that they want to come along for the pleasure cruise?
Bring
the guy who's in charge of my men.
Cool. Your war master, as it were.
Yeah.
I would like to bring 2 other guests as well.
Okay.
You're pushing it.
I know, but it's important. The
Sleeping on
leader,
hammocks.
the leaders. Oh, they can fucking deal with it. They're fine. The leaders of the Grey Feathers and the second flight, as well as also the first flight. So we need to have a little powwow about the structure of our organization. We'll deal with that on flight.
Cool.
So basically, this is like an executive cruise.
It's a shakedown run / going for a nice little pleasure cruise. Yeah.
First voyage, baby.
Yeah. You don't want to you don't want your first voyage to be an assault. You know, that's just bad juju.
Yeah, that's bad luck.
Yeah.
Titanic and stuff.
They were on the way
we'll
to
hit a
assault the
space
North
iceberg.
Pole.
An ice asteroid comes and hits the ship.
Oh god. Now that I have this book, I know the kind of shit we could run into out there. Yeah, let's shake it down first.
All right. Anybody else? I think Kanan said that you wanted to bring somebody.
Oh yeah, I was gonna bring Umok.
Oh yeah, I figured Umok was already there for sure.
Oh yeah, he needs to be here because he's kind of important to the story.
He's your son.
Crocodile's son.
All right. As the sun begins to crest over the horizon, we can see the men of the ship getting ready, getting into the positions that they trained for the past few days. Not too quick on their feet. Don't really know the quickest routes necessarily yet memorized, but after about a minute longer than you'd like, Vaunt, they are in position and you are given the word through the magic mouth in the stone pedestal next to your spelljamming helm that the crew is ready and awaiting your orders, Captain.
Batten down, prepare to disembark.
The klaxon begins to it's this kind of like magic misty sound that like floods over. It's so severe that everyone can like feel it juddering in their bones. And Vaunt, as you take the helm, we can see like the hair on your arms standing up, and like there's this space between you and the actual seat itself, as if you are like kind of floating, not like a visible amount of space, like an atom of distance in between you and the ship. And we can see like your hair like rising up and like clinging to it as the sensation begins to take over your body. It's like your whole body is asleep, but without the needle-like sensation that you would get from when you move. The ship itself begins to respond very quickly. We can see the outside all of the hatches battening down on the sides of the vessel, the gangway being pulled aboard the vessel, and it taking up out of the water, where a large slough of it kind of sticks to the gravity plane for a moment, clinging to the underside of the ship before the gravity plane of the world pulls it back down. And yeah, the vessel begins rising, the Anathium coursing through the air. It's effortless to you, Vaunt. You can feel your command of spellcraft just completely taking over. You were given a instruction manual as well as basically like a martial law type of commandancy over this vessel under Gith authorizations. That was kind of part of the deal. You are part of their society, so you are kind of expected to uphold a good image. As your tattoo is where again on your body? I think you said it was on your forehead? Or am I misremembering?
My horns. On my horns, I think. Yeah, it's like wrapped around my horns.
Yeah. Yeah, anybody that sees you that knows of the Gith at all would be able to tell that that's clearly some kind of Gith writing. I guess for the long and short of it is it's like a manual of like how to use a spelljammer, and also kind of a somewhat code of chivalry. Less chauvinistic though, more like just standard operating procedures for like, this is what you should do in a boarding action. This is how you should treat an enemy that you have defeated fair and square in combat. This is how you should blah 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 blah. Anything that you could want, for lack of a better term, in that regard. So integrating that knowledge was very easy for you. Where's everybody at while Vaunt is flying you through the sky?
Well, question. If we're all ship officers, what are our duties? Like, what are our positions? Like, shipwright, navigator, blah, blah, blah.
It's not up to me.
Well, practically speaking, we all have some pretty useful skills, like that could be relevant. I think it's pretty safe to say that Zarn and Ashwell are probably Marines, or Marine Commander equivalents. Because that seems practical. Like,
I'm not letting you guys handle, like, bosun, first mate, or anything like that, because those are positions that you need to have previously been on a nautical vessel to earn, so...
Is Glory here, Vaunt? Is Glory here?
No. I loved her, because I told, I believe it was Dutch or Dallas, I told him, I'm just like, make sure she doesn't fucking change anything while I'm gone in my tower, so... Yeah. I'm a fucking wizard, baby.
Security.
So what do we do then? Are we just like VIP passengers, or?
You're basically just passengers, yeah.
Okay, so we can basically just do whatever the fuck we want then.
Yeah, you don't really have any tasks. I already have a first
No
mate,
tasks.
bosun.
Commissioners, no tasks.
Do tasks among us, sussy baka, lol.
I'm sorry, I'm fucking brain broke, okay? I have brain worms.
Among a phobia.
Ew.
I guess we are technically the commissioners of the ship. If Vaunt's captain, then that means that we are the ones that are basically buying the captain's like voyage. So this is all highly irregular bullshit, I guess. So just whatever, you're right, do whatever.
Derek, I
Alright,
have
you know
air
what,
bubble, right?
I'm gonna go to the buffet then.
Buffet.
Yeah, basically, Sakira's just gonna like lean on the banister and watch and just like eat or something.
We got a cook in the scuppers. He's making some grub in the galley.
I'm gonna
Down
need
the
a charcuterie board and a breadboard and a bottle of wine, and I'm gonna go like.
No liquor aboard.
I'm gonna have a
Propane.
bottle of wine, so help me God.
You're drinking grog or you getting nothing.
Oh my god. Jeez. Now I'm seeing the cook, and I'm just thinking of like Cookie from Atlantis. Like, I got your 4 basic food groups right here. We got bacon, beans, grease, and lard. Like that's that's the commissary here. Oh god. I imagine that
Scuppers with the staggers and jags.
I imagine Ashwell's probably standing with his crew at like the very front of the keel, like just sort of like letting the wind blow over him, eyes closed, enjoying the feel of it. Silent.
I am an elf. I am not going without wine.
They got such good drow wine.
Yeah. If I have to, I'll bring my own aboard.
There you go.
Sounds like you had to bring your own aboard.
Yeah, bringing
That's
my own aboard
against
then.
code.
What? I don't care.
As co-commissioners of the ship, we do have some say in the rules and standards and practices,
Yeah,
at least for us.
You can take your no wine policy and go fuck yourself, because I need a bottle of wine on my charcuterie board.
A charcuterie board on a sailing vessel, lovely.
Yes.
I hate it here.
Something that you
I
notice
need
is
it with my goat cheese and duck pate.
Duck pate. Please do go on.
something that you notice as the vessel is traveling through the sky is that you're getting like the wind rushing past you, but mostly you're held firmly to your feet as if you were standing on solid ground the entire time. There's no like real major fluctuations in the ship's orientation, attitude, or altitude. Altitude obviously it's continuously going up, but there's no sudden shifts in its attitude. Like it's just very steadily going almost straight up into the sky at this point.
I'm just like Gmod no clipping, just going up and, like, straight up.
Unironically, Kira is gonna like go set up a little spot with a nice vantage point, with like a little a table and some chairs and like an awning or an umbrella or something if anybody would like to join them
Sarah will join Kira.
for tea.
Tea time.
Forecastle or Stern Castle?
Tea as in hard-boiled eggs and red wine.
Probably Stern
Sorry.
Castle. The Foreign Castle is where the guns are mounted.
Seeing that, I think Ashwell would sort of turn and smile and then just sort of look at the first flight and just say, "All right, go, have fun, keep out of the way of the crew, learn. We will talk at nightfall. I'll see you shortly." And he's just gonna walk literally off the railing on the front and roll with the gravity plane and just walk on the underside of the ship to the stern castle. And then sort of appear and then sort of walk up the other side and sort of sit himself on the railing by you guys and say, "You have space for 3?
We got space for... Where did you come from?
Gravity plane. It's both sides of the ship are up, technically, so walk wherever you want."
I'll pass, but thank you.
Well, I certainly wouldn't say no to a little bit of cheese, and he's just gonna pull himself up and nibble, remove his mask, and just start eating.
Cheese, Roman.
Everyone's invited, including NPCs, if any of the NPCs would like to join tea time.
Oh, yeah.
Darvin's probably definitely there.
Yeah, but he's got grog for sure. He's like, "Master Zarn, did you know that they have alcohol here? It tastes like varnish. I don't like it, but it gets you really, really buzzed." No, wait. No, it doesn't. I think I'm just excited. I think it's pretty weak.
No. You enjoy yourself, Darvin.
Do you have anything stronger?
Kira would silently offer Darvin a cup of wine.
He looks at it for a
Red
second,
wine.
sniffs it, kind of like, "Thank you," and like slowly takes it to be polite, and then like just downs the whole glass in one go. Like, "I appreciate that," and lets out a loud belch, handing you the glass back. "I'm gonna see if I can't find maybe some whiskey or something."
Kara looks mildly disturbed and takes
Back
the
some.
cup.
What was that, Natalie?
Oh, I told him to bring me back some. Whatever he finds.
Oh, certainly, Master Zard. He goes about in the background asking some crewmates if they have whiskey. We can see him just going from person to person, being repeatedly told no, that they're not allowed. Kanan, do you attend?
Yeah, you'll see Kanan in the corner with Umok, just like consoling him, like, but it's mostly for herself. Like, we're gonna be okay. He knows what he's doing.
Umok's making these sounds that probably he has not made very many times before. It's this kind of, it's very similar to that sound that he makes when he's happy, but it's like inverted. He's not feeling very hot. He's pretty scared. Heights are not his thing. He's very happy on the solid ground, and he's just seeing the world that he's spent his entire life on getting smaller and smaller behind him. And he's just like cowering, kind of like clutching the table, like putting his body on it more and more until you can hear the wood like beginning to groan underneath him.
Don't worry, it's under control. We'll kill him if we have to.
He nods. Kind of dispassionately, just more fearful than anything else right now.
If you want, the boat will be ours.
Do go on.
I signed the contract, don't worry.
Is it voided if Vaunt is dead?
Damn, I see how it is.
I'll use my inspiring leader feat to like bring him back to health, you know, with the inspiring what's it, speech about going to new places, family trips and stuff, on the road again.
He responds very well.
Omar.
Umok picks up on your words very quickly, and it's like, yeah, you know, like in Draconic, basically, he's saying, like, you're right, we have been through a lot, and we've seen a lot. Maybe this is going to be fun.
And then I give him like a, what are those turkey legs? But it's like a, what is it in D&D, equivalent?
There's turkeys.
I was gonna say the turkey. I believe turkeys do exist.
Turkeys
on
in
the
the setting. Turkeys do exist in the setting. It's canon.
Okay, so
Damn, turkey leg sounds so good right now, though. It's like fall.
Ah.
Turkey leg at a festival. Ooh.
Disney always ruined me on turkey legs. They're so dry.
Umok very excitedly, just in one big swoop, chomps, and then like you can hear the snapping of the bone in his mouth, and like the whole thing is gulped down. He let a loud belch, kind of similar to Darvin, in a way, showing a mirror, kind of like they grew up together quite a bit.
Seeing the quickness of his spirits, I bring even more food. You know?
He very quickly enters a feeding frenzy. Everyone would know at this point to stay clear of Umok when he reaches this point. The only thing that is more powerful in his mind than his fear of dying is his insatiable hunger, and he's just going ham on any meat and protein that he can find.
Talking about roasted turkey legs and charcuterie boards got me fucking hungry, man.
Right.
I knew I got hors d'oeuvres for a reason.
So,
Um,
Kanan will approach Vaughn and be like, "How long till we get there?"
Yeah, Vaughn's on like, Vaughn's just like on the deck somewhere else. Get wet. What are you talking about?
Isn't this a magic boat?
Magic boat. You are the pinnacle of a sorcerer that does not understand the smallest limerick of magic. It is an arcane galleon.
Yeah, so magic boat.
So, yeah, she'll demonstrate her her mantle that just opens the door and just teleports somewhere. You can't do this with your boat.
You told him.
You sure showed me. Oh, wow. I bet you can't do this with your bow. It just does like the fucking, what is it, like the, I'm trying to remember how to do it, like the thumb thing. It's like, ooh.
Just strikes a lightning bolt.
Like sets the deck on fire.
Your boat can't do this. Does the default dance?
Seems like a regular boat that floats.
I'm gonna fucking stab you to death. A regular boat that floats. The stack has a capacity for 400 persons.
What if we needed 500?
He just gives you this long look, like.
How far away is this from us?
Are we privy to this exchange?
He's on
Yeah.
the main deck. He's on the main deck. I'm assuming Kanan just like teleported back to like the officer's door, like.
I literally have the image of just like all of us with like opera glasses watching this.
I feel like that's basically like we're watching from our little tea party area on the deck and just like witnessing this exchange.
Kanan's just gonna like look over all the great stuff, and it could be better, you know.
Could be. Sure. There's always room to improve.
Why isn't the stuff hammered down?
Why are you such a fucking critic? We hammer it down. We're not experiencing the sea and the ocean's waves and turbulence.
Who knows what's out
Was that
there?
you making all that fucking racket?
Who knows what's out there? Who knows?
And now I just have the image of like it's 2 a.m. and you're fucking hammering things in the floor.
No, it's like that thing where like Squidward's trying to go to sleep and his eyes just shoot open and like the glass shattering sound effect just.
Which is hilarious because Kanan doesn't have to sleep at all.
They're just
Oh
fucking.
god.
What are you doing? Hammering some nails? Just fucking.
Yeah, Kanan will take a look around. He's at the crew. We don't even know these people. Of course, I'm hammering and.
You are simple. I trust these men because I have paid them well, and I will continue to pay them well out of my pocket, not yours. So it's none of your concern, is it?
You sound naive. I thought you were learned.
I sound naive. I can hardly keep myself from bursting into laughter at these accusations.
You wouldn't survive a month in Blackwood.
You wouldn't survive a month outside of this bubble because I could throw you right the fuck out of it, he says, and started like raising his voice.
You try
Everyone at
it.
the tea table is snickering.
Survive a month in Black. He survived several months in Blackwood. What are you even talking about?
I bet
He's the one that
10
held down
gold
the
on
fort in
Kanan.
Blackwood while everybody was over in Subwater.
You wouldn't have a coin to your name.
If and for what? Please do elaborate. This is quite entertaining.
Kanan offers to jump off the boat with him and see who survives.
If you're close enough where Ashwell can hear that, Ashwell's just gonna chime in from a distance. Please don't have the man commanding the Spelljammer leap off the boat and send us all, well, you all plummeting to your deaths. That would be a terrible way to waste a perfectly good investment.
It's
Way
assuring to
too
know
much
you
gold.
think me just as simple as this fool.
I'm saying that more for her benefit than yours, Vaughn.
I've got a dimensional door that I can take back.
Good for you. So why don't you take that dimensional door and not let it hit you on the arse on the way out?
Oh, come now. At this point, I think Ashel will just stand up and float over. Like a little bit of cheese in each hand. Come on. Enough. Haven't we all
big crackers offered?
haven't we all fought enough the past few days? Yeah, you're both probably just hungry. Here, and he just offers each of you a little hors d'oeuvre.
You're not here. You're not you and you're
Hey,
hungry,
more.
Vaughn.
Exactly.
Have a Snickers and Vaughn turns into, like, I don't know, Jester from Critical Role or something.
Get there are more dicks on the deck.
Jesus. I'm not hungry. You should not be drinking as well. He'd raise his voice and look up like.
This is medicinal wine.
Oh, do forgive me. If it's purely for medicinal purposes, then get that shit off of my deck.
I hardly think that
Naris, thank you for the resub. Thank you so much.
Naris.
Much love,
This
dude.
is my emotional support wine.
I hardly think a single bottle of wine split betwixt both of us is going to get anyone even remotely buzzed.
Vaughn is gonna hold his hands up and he's gonna gesture over his crew who are just like staring and like wanting that wine so bad because they want to have something to drink.
That's fair. Alright.
Oh, Timo with gift subs. Oh my goodness, dude. Thank you so much, Timo.
Oh, you're awesome.
Thank you, dude. Much love, buddy.
Time for subs, baby.
We're so
Thank you,
close to a
guys.
hype train.
Thank you, guys. Oh, JJ. Bringing in the hype train with the biddies, dude. Thank you so much, JJ.
Baby.
Thank you,
Let's
dude.
go.
I
Thank
can't
you,
wait to run
Natalie.
a train on Derek
Hey,
this year.
Let's go, dude.
that's only on the OnlyFans.
Oh yeah.
Just kidding, I don't have an OnlyFans. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for the hype train. So much love to you guys. So much love. Thank you. I picked a wrong time to put a Butterfinger bite in my mouth.
Don't you lay a finger on my Butterfinger snackers.
They're really good.
Anyway, we were having like a cat fight on the deck or something.
Ani! Thank you.
You're all bitching at each other.
Thank you so much, dude.
I have like 1,000 of these things on her. I never fucking use them. Have them.
Thank you, buddy. I love you. Thank you, dude. You were saying, Elise?
I was saying that we were all fighting on deck.
True.
So, if I can intrigue then to you, Vaughn, a question that hopefully will diffuse this inquisition on all sides. Where exactly are we planning on going on our first voyage? I don't believe I caught that.
I don't know. We will know when we get there. I simply know that I am not traveling into hostile parts of the Astral Sea, and we are simply going forth and exploring.
Well, that sounds lovely.
Thank you, JJ. Thank you, dude.
A trip with no destination builds no expectations.
That's fair.
Okay, and go aft the deck and eat your fucking cheese and stop accusing me of things.
Kanan will not like the comment, but she'll appreciate the sentiment.
Thank you for this meta knowledge.
Meta knowledge moment.
Wink.
That's what the M and DM one of the DMs in DM do. Meta.
Yep. It's in for
Damn
a lot of
meta
things.
knowledge.
There's a lot of consonants hanging out, and just pluck one out of the air when we need them.
Dungeon meta.
Yeah. So
Seeing that things are diffused, Ashwell's just gonna sort of walk back and give a quick little nod and a wink to Vaunt.
as you guys kind of like part ways, we can see the ship finally beginning to breach the atmosphere of the planet. The landmass of the world itself is significantly smaller than the water. In proportion to Earth, it's about the same in terms of land mass versus water, ocean, I guess you would call it. And as you're beginning to break free, we can see the ship running its course, and over the course of the afternoon, the speed of the vessel begins to speed up substantially. It gets to the extent where the black void of space and the stars in them become just this massive streak of color and flaring light, as at 100 million miles per day, the Anathium hurtles towards the edge of the system. Within a couple of hours, it breaks through to the astral sea. We can make out this massive kind of orb-shaped wall of... It looks like just space behind it, but the closer the vessel gets, the more this distortion and wrinkle in real space becomes apparent. Neris, thank you so much, dude. Thank you for the gift sub. Oh my goodness, you guys are way too nice. Thank y'all so much. Y'all are way too nice. Thank you so much. So as you, as we can see the ship breaching the immaterium, this massive wall-like substance wrinkles out from it. The very stars and the fabric of gravity itself welded around in a massive kind of donut-like form that at a singular point it breaks through. Timo, thank you so much for the biddies. Thank you guys. Thank y'all for the hype train. Y'all are too much. I really love you guys. I really appreciate y'all. Thank you. Words are not enough.
Level 2! Let's go!
Let's go. Hell yeah. Thank you guys. Seriously. It means a lot. As you breach through into the astral sea, the hole that the vessel tears through the fabric of reality very quickly just seals up on itself. That kind of wavy like wall quickly distorting the energy and the entire length of it, and the force very quickly runs out, and like the wrinkles become almost like a very calm sea. And then we can see at the outskirts of the planet, there's this localized distortion. The planet begins to experience this tonal dissonance. All planets typically will have a kind of resonance that they will give off from any kind of impacts that took place at the point of their creation, especially if they have like a moon or something. This planet has a moon. We can see that the tone, you wouldn't necessarily be able to hear this with your own ears, but it begins to shift. There's this kind of quantum vibration that begins to occur in this anomaly in the sky between the sun and the planet. This winking black star. It slowly fades in like a small blip eating the light from the sun. And then it begins to get larger and larger and larger until it reaches a point of critical mass where the substance of its structure can no longer be supported by the lack of gravity. And as the cosmological rebound occurs, we can see the shifting black shadows that make up its mass tear apart at the very seams like ripples across a pond. Maybe like fire in a pit. And what's left in its place, echoing the same tonal change that has reached an ultra-high frequency to the point that the very people on the planet itself, those not underground, or probably even those underground experiencing it even worse, this horrible shriek tears across, lasting no shorter than 10 minutes, as the full manifestation of a new moon takes place, blocking out the sun. This eclipse caused by a new body of bone with rivers of blood. A mighty tear in the foundation of Ismira rumbles, and we can see a large portion of the continent itself falling away into the world below, as something that was holding it up has been moved. In the next scene, the tearing of slip space rips around the Anathium. The Covet Syndicate, completely unknowing of something that just happened on their homeworld. What do you guys do?
Chill out.
Well,
I have
damn.
no idea that just happened, so...
Ted casts Divine Intervention.
Oh, fuck. It's
So
supposed to be a beach episode.
I had to get up for like a minute or two. So like a new moon was created and part of the Ismira collapsed.
Yes, that's the long and short of it.
Holy shit. Okay. So Ted used his divine intervention to destroy the world. Got it. Cool.
We're gonna have our Planet of the Apes moment.
They blew it up.
Are we allowed to, are we allowed to know what part of Ismira collapsed?
I'll save it for the end of the episode, how's that?
Oh boy, it's gonna be our fucking fort, isn't it?
I wouldn't do that to you. I'll save you that expense. I won't let you sit around dreading that. No, I would not do that to you.
Oh, okay,
Thank you.
okay. It's probably gonna be something bad, but at least it's not. At least it's not silk water.
It's a giant hole around us for like hundreds of kilometers, but there's silk water in the middle like an apple core.
Yeah.
That's some fucking Looney Tunes accurate shit.
Yep. It sure is.
Just a wily coyote holding a half blown up stick of dynamite like, I don't know what happened, guys.
It holds up a sign that says fuck on it.
Well, I know that Ashwell eventually wanted to meet with his crew below decks at some point, or probably on the forecastle, the very top at some point. So, that
Yeah.
for sure.
They're absolutely waiting there for you.
Okay. So, Ashwell will walk up to the first flight and to his commanders, just sort of address them one by one, nodding as he does. So, how many of you know what happened while I was gone?
Whisper just kind of like looks down. The rest of them have no idea. They've been kept in the dark on purpose.
Good.
Whisper figured word of your death would probably be best something you'd want people to know on your own terms. Thanks, Nares.
Yeah, thank you. Drink. He would nod to Whisper. Well done. So then, let's just address the elephant in the room, shall we? And he just sort of like indicates his mask, that it's clearly different than it used to be. His clothing is clearly different. His eyes now glow permanently. He slowly reaches up, and he clicks, and the mask comes off. Underneath, he pulls back his hood, and yeah, he doesn't look at all like he did before. I don't think many people have seen him without his mask, but they knew he didn't look like that under there. With pointed ears, for sure, and the mottled splotching going down his neck of drowish skin.
They all do their best to hide whatever surprise they might have felt.
I encountered death while I was gone. Thankfully, he clicks back on, I managed to have a get out. Just once. Probably won't happen again. And now, I have a little bit of a different perspective on things. And he holds out his hand, and there's that sound as the blade slides out of reality and into his hand. The wound closes up behind it. And he turns and sort of just plants it on the deck, flat side down, so that it doesn't cut anything. It's pretty dull on the tip.
Yeah, it is. There you go.
I have come into a new set of skills in my rebirth. And it's opened up an opportunity, at least for us. So, the flock will continue to operate as it did before. Our mission isn't too different. But I have need of those with magical skill. So those of you, all of you, who are in positions of command, so he looks to the individuals from the second flight and the white feathers. I want you to look through your ranks. Anyone with any capacity for arcane skill, I wish to interview.
They very quickly, share a look with one another, and they... Sir, perhaps it would be best if Whisper told you. Whisper looks at them, and then to you. When you died, something strange happened to a lot of the people in our ranks. It was like we had some kind of awakening. Like some shackle that was tethering us to this world broke. It makes so much more sense now that we've seen the change in you. Almost all of us have shown some skill with it.
Oh, that is intriguing. Tell me, in that unshackling, did you see anything? And at this point, in case it wasn't obvious, he just raises his hand. This is spoken in confidence. You're not just my subordinates. I want to hear your opinions. I want to hear what you think. If we're going to succeed, I need your candor. So, no more hiding behind rank or position. Speak freely.
What
did you see?
The first flight leader says, well, it happened at night. Most of us were sleeping or meditating. It was like we all had the same shared dream. I've talked to everyone under my command as a second flight. It was as if a great ring wrapped itself around a distant star, beckoning for us to join it. Most of us woke up screaming. I have no qualms about admitting that I certainly did. There was something about it that felt like it didn't belong. But I've made my peace with the world. Wherever you go, I follow.
Ashwell's going to smile and open his mouth. And as he does, he's going to speak, but he's going to speak in that... Let's see if I can find the exact term that we have. Here we go. It's down here at the bottom. I guess we're going with deep speech right now, is what we were calling it, but it's not truly. And as he speaks, the stars kind of quake around us, sort of reverberate it back in a language that he's never spoken before, and I doubt anyone on deck has ever heard before, at least on the forecastle. Maybe the people in front of him have in their dreams. And can you understand that?
They like lock up when you begin speaking, and we can almost see this kind of violet behind the color in their eyes, like flickering almost like a weak flame. And they nod.
Perfect. And he just slowly leans in closer and looks at the eyes and goes through, like, by each one. It's like gently, like, moving their heads so you can see their eyes behind the masks. Oh, that's... What wonder is this? A million hands out of infinity. Of course it would set things up for when we come home. Good. Very good. Well then. It's time to start sorting the wheat from the chaff when we get home. Not all will be capable of wielding the power you have, and you need foci for it. Much like I had my daggers. You will have your own. It will take time, but I think... He's going to lean his head back and look up at the stars above. He's just going to speak in that same voice. Out into the stars, just like above.
We can see them like reverberating out of sequence with the words, kind of vibrating the same signatures back in discordant colors and lights.
He's going to ask one question, which is, may I have one for my daughter?
Roll a d20.
Okay. D20 into the thing. Natural 20, Chief.
That's exactly what you need for a divine intervention right there, yeah. We can see a wreathing of this light beginning to turn out of the starlight itself, this kind of mist beginning to form in the palm of your hand, and as it springs into existence, it's this very slow trickle of metals weaving themselves out of the elements found in distant stars. You can't even tell it's there, Ashwell. It's so light. It's like it doesn't. It's like it's anti-weight in your hand.
He smiles and says, "I know exactly what to do." He's going to take his hand, grasp it, bring it to his blade, go to the edge, and grab it, and then bring his other hand up, close his eyes, and then snap the edge of the blade off. And as he does, he's going to shout like he broke one of his own bones. Slowly hold his hand out and squeeze as the metal changes the edge of the blade into a smaller dagger. and the edge of his sword slowly regrows back to its original size. He's going to hold it in his hand, and it's almost like a mirror of what was once the Sundered Song, but smaller, more of a standard handle than a guitar. He's going to slowly twirl it in his hand, and just breathe on it until it glows purple like his eyes. Good. Step forward, Whisper.
Very slowly and solemnly, Whisper takes 1, 2, 3 steps forward.
He's going to slowly take the blade and hold it out. Grab it by the edge. Let it cut your hand.
She reaches out, and as her hand grasps around the blade, we can see this violet light beginning to emit from underneath. And then the shadow of an 8-legged apocryphal being begins to wrap itself to the back of her hand. And before she can make a full grasp on the blade, we can see the fangs of this shadowy being biting into her hand. She stops cold.
Ashwald brings his other hand around hers and holds it down, and just sort of leans into her and just says, "It hurts, but it passes. Death is a doorway. Walk through. You'll be on the other side. Just hold on." And he's just going to hold her hand down, but it's like a firm, reassuring kind of grasp. Not controlling, just kind of like a "you've got this" kind of thing.
Would you please roll a insight check?
You got it. Insight check. Somehow. Wait. The opposite of what I've been rolling.
As the light begins to dissipate, that's amazing, you went 20, 10, 1. As the light begins to dissipate, we can see her blood pooling along the edge of the weapon, sizzling and evaporating, flavoring the air with melted iron. She takes the guitar, and it twinkles in and out of existence like starlight in her hand a few times before fully solidifying.
Well, I suppose I'm not the only songbird now. Welcome back, Whisper. Are you okay?
She looks at her hand where a few moments ago there was a shadow, looks back to the blade, nods.
Good. I'm expanding our objective, my friends. She turns to the others. Our job isn't merely to cast down kingdoms. The gods abandon their people. They act in cruelty towards the mortal material realms. Someone needs to hold them to account. And gods aren't up to the task. So, at the end of the day, we can't stop every cruel act, or every child who starves, or every person who's abused, but we can punish those that do, no matter station, no matter where they are. And eventually, even the heavens will know our tread. For now, material realm. Eventually. And he speaks in that other voice. Everything.
Oh yeah. They all bow their heads in agreement, and when they rise, we can see that same violet fire behind their eyes.
I think we can fade from there.
All
I know
right.
this is all happening like it's a private conversation, but like I'm just imagining it happening on deck while we're still having our little tea party, just like witnessing all of this going on.
I mean, if anyone else wants to be anywhere else on deck and observe this shit happening, he's doing it in full view. Like, honestly, if there's anyone nearby, any crew who are watching, I think he's basically banking on any of them being so supremely freaked out they won't do shit about it.
Rogue moment.
Yeah, so who would like to go next?
We can roll.
I'm fine with
I
that.
like rolling. Feels more organic.
Good with that myself.
I'm going last.
You're not gonna roll bot?
No, I mean I've gotten plenty of roleplay. If people, I'm assuming that at some point somebody's gonna want to involve their roleplay with mine. So it's been a long, good few moments.
Okie
I'll
dokie.
go very last.
All right, Kira.
Wait. Well, Kira hasn't really had a lot of opportunities to relax in the past few months. So, this is a pleasure cruise. That's what Kira's gonna do.
I should mention real quick that a spell jamming vessel travels at a rate of 100 million miles in 24 hours.
Cool.
Nice.
So you're just like zooming. You're like passing by stars, and they're like leaving little streaks in the peripheral of your vision.
We're at warp speed. I love it.
We're gonna have to be like cleaning astral sea fish off the hull. We're gonna get just vaporized.
So, as
I'm
you
kidding. I know we're anyway. Carry on. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. As the vessel is making its way through, we can finally feel, after about an hour of this travel time, some gravity well pulls the ship out of the speed. Almost roughly, but not jarring to the extent where anything's going to go knocking over or anything. But those of you who are on the deck, especially, you're going to feel the lurch as this rather massive form. In fact, everybody that is on the deck, could I please get a Arcana check?
Hell yeah.
Sure. Are we still doing me or?
Yeah, I just
Okay.
setting the scene.
Okay. You're fine. You're fine. I'm okay. I was just making sure I didn't. Make sure I didn't.
That did not roll from my perspective.
22.
Oh, I thought we were rolling in the tower.
It's the beach episode. I'm not too worried about it.
No, okay.
Um,
I'm getting a tan. Kira's
So-
version of getting a tan is
You're getting cancer in space.
Let's say Kira's version of getting a tan is just turning more blue.
Bluer, the bluening.
Ashwell is somehow the only person that is not able to put two and two together to figure out what this is. The positively massive corporeal form of a long dead god lingers in the distance. The structural integrity of it long since compromised. We can see a massive pockmarked crater where multitudes of foreign objects have perforated and probably, if not gone all the way through. There's a huge kind of like christening of these family of Kindori, which Kindori are the big old space whales.
Yeah.
And as they're kind of like making their siren song, this beautiful harmonious melody, it's as if all 18 of their number, it's this huge pod, are singing in this chorus, like a choir, that resonates off of the very structure of everything around you. It fills, well, there's not really that much air, but it fills the air with this harmonious, peaceful, kind of calming notion. And you can see Kira Arunox like sticking his head out over the railing, and like the astral wind blowing in his hair, just enjoying their sound.
So we have our own like air bubbles.
True.
In the astral sea.
But you don't need to breathe in the astral sea.
Okay, well, theoretically, RNX is pretty smart, like with or without flight.
If you leave the ship, you're gonna need to have some sort of.
It's not like immediately off though. It extends outwards in a few feet on either direction.
It's pretty far.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that, like, in his dragon form, RNX would have like plenty of air.
Oh, you can stay in the astral sea itself. Actually, that's a really good point. I'm gonna have him make an Arcana check.
Pretty sure you just begin suffocating as soon as you.
No.
That's only if you're in real space. Arnux Arcana check. Natural 20. He takes flight off of the deck. He just leaps offwards, feeling the astral wind in his hair. And once he breaks free from the ship's gravity well through the force of his draconic wings beating, he breaks free from the air bubble as well. And we can see him soaring through the fucking sky. Well, not sky, but the sea itself, propelled by his own intellect alone. He just begins like weaving in and out, over and above, down and under, pulling all manner of banking maneuvers and impossible feats, like just stopping on a dime and instantly like going backwards, performing acrobatics that he would never be able to do on the material plane.
When he passes under the ship, Akira's gonna casually step off the banister and expect him to catch her.
Oh yeah, no problem. Yeah. He does like a little loop-de-loop just in the right time for you to like land where he would normally have his saddle, and just like does like a nosedive down before like flying back up, and then like starts taking like a, I don't remember the word for it in like airplanes, but he basically like takes the rear of this pod of Kindori like before curiosity overcomes him and he has to get closer. He dives down towards like one of the largest of the members, and you can see this positively massive eye. It's multitudes the size of your own body, like blinking slowly and then like taking in you astride Arunox, flying through the ether. The sound of their choral changes in pitch, a little bit worried about the dragon that's come to the side of them, but they don't do anything aggressive or really even change their flight pattern as much as they do just like let one another know that there's a large creature on their tail.
Can I make a perception check to see maybe if these Kindori might have like a disease or an injury from the dangers of this astral sea? Would you like that to be perception or medicine?
I think medicine would be better.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely. You can see in this largest one that Arnox is flying next to, on like his underside, an anchor that's like long since been sank into his body and that is just like grown out of his form.
Kira's gonna urge Arnex to fall back so they can inspect it. See what can be done.
Yeah. Upon your inspection, without a careful touch, you're very likely going to hurt the creature, but you are pretty positive that through your own healing magic and Arnox's strength, you could get this thing out of here in a way that keeps it alive.
Okay. Arnex sort of has like universal telepathy, so I think you don't have to share a language to understand.
That's
his
correct.
Telepathy. So Kira is going to instruct him to kind of calm the Kindori down while she handles the anchor.
Yeah, absolutely. Would you give me a Wisdom Arcana check?
Yes. Ooh,
Would you like to use your inspiration?
Yes, I would. Because I don't want to hurt the Kindori. Yeah,
There you
19.
go.
Much better. Much better.
Much better. Yeah. So, a psionic link is established between the two of them, and Arnox elects to sympathetically take the pain for the creature as you begin carving out the flesh. The necrotic, cold nature kills away whatever infection might be present, and then your powerful healing magic overrides your own wounding that was necessary to extract this massive cold iron anchor. You can see on the like an insignia along the large portion that you hook the chain to, it says the God Eater.
I bet they're an asshole. Okay. Kira is going to just let the anchor fall away and casually just use the 5th level spell to heal the wound.
Yeah,
Help with the necrotic flesh.
Absolutely. The wounds are bound and knit. We can see as Arnox lets the link start to slowly fade away, a little bit of soreness and stiffness comes over the whale's form, now actually feeling the pain that it's in, but a very grateful resonating chord begins to, from this one, start, and it's like it sets this deep resonant bass going from the high-pitched kind of like almost squeaks that they were emitting. It's this low, very like woo, that kind of reverberates your very bones as you and Arnox stabilize yourselves flying next to this pod, and it moves from that Kindori to the next one, all in one like 16th of a note above each other until all of them are perfectly encapsulating this gratitude, and they begin to pull off into the distance.
Give Arnex a little pat and let him fly where he pleased.
He says that, like, you can hear his voice in your mind, that was a nice thing that the two of you did. He begins to fly over the god body, inspecting what you can see is probably like the upper half of a torso. The rib cage is splayed open. The guts are kind of like just freely floating, and its heart has been very clearly removed.
Is its head still attached?
No, it's literally just like this part, and then like here to here, like the upper shoulder. No arms attached or anything.
Goodness, so it's just been
Minced.
yeah.
I think I should mention that I stopped the spell jamming vessel so you guys just don't go fucking like, you know,
Don't go too far.
I slowed it down a significant amount. Also, you do start. You have like a significant amount of time before you start suffocating out in the astral sea.
Yeah,
So I
don't do
figured.
this stinky.
Yeah, you got like an envelope that only lasts for like a little bit of time. So
It's like an hour.
yeah, but like the envelope of the ship extends 180 feet. So if you want me
Yeah.
to just pull up close, I could do that.
The ship will last 120 days.
Yeah, before the air starts going poopy, but like it takes even longer for it to go like deadly. So
Yeah. You'll have plenty of
Stink
time.
for a while.
stinking it up. Pu. Stanky air.
Is it possible for me to make an Arcana check to try to identify it? I know that's like a really big reach considering a lot of the
I'd prefer
identifying-
religion, I think.
Religion? Okay.
Could I also make a religion check on this?
Sure.
Oof. Fail.
21. I can't hear you over my intelligence.
Um.
3 smart, 5 you.
You have heard that the Astral Sea, in some parts, kind of serves as a graveyard, Kira, for the god bodies of those that failed to mantle their world. Who this is could be anyone's guess as far as you're concerned. Vaunt, on the other hand, the closest incumbent to inheriting this plane was quite a ways back, before death usurped its place. The last incumbent that you remember, or maybe not, maybe incumbent's the wrong word, the last would-be inheritor of the plane that you can remember, was god of man. There was one named Gia, but he also had a brother. The brother's name has been lost to time, but a lot of people misconstrue that god as the dwarves' god of war. So a lot of people have this strange misconception that humans and dwarves, if you look back further enough, kind of came from the same place, or at least their gods were brothers. But as far as the dwarves are concerned, Tyr's still alive, so...
Interesting. Okay, so we're looking at Gia's deceased sibling. Potentially.
Yeah.
Vaught's gonna be out on the deck and he's just gonna be like writing something down and he's just like absolutely enraptured in this whole idea. A very appropriate fate for mankind. It's quietly as he was like scribbling down.
Arnox has no idea what to make of this. He doesn't know enough about the material plane to know. And he certainly doesn't know anything about mankind or their gods. His guess would be as good as yours, Kira.
Vaught's
Get
writing a
back to the
fucking
ship,
book.
dude.
As he brings you back, he transforms once more into his humanoid form and says out loud, "Well, where do you think his heart went?"
I'm sure someone harvested it. For what end, I don't know.
We are all made of the same stuff, he would say as he snaps his journal closed.
What's that?
Stardust.
I think I might have been at one point. I bet all of that got replaced. I mean, you spend enough time in Erebus. I don't know if I'm made of stardust anymore.
You saying we all come from Stardust, yeah?
We are all cut from the same cloth, metaphorically speaking, and perhaps, astrologically speaking.
What?
I'll teach you. It's all theoretical stuff, philosophy and whatnot. But philosophy without practice is blind. So,
Why would you want to sit around thinking about why things are the way that they are when you could just change them?
some people don't have the courage to do so, or the means. Also, philosophers are heavily important because one that sits around thinking all day inspires those and makes you think the exact same thing. Why couldn't I go and do that myself? They may die, they may come and go, live their lifespans as mortals and fade away into non-existence, but their ideas never will. They will simply evolve, adapt, and move through society like a cancer or like a boom. It depends.
He thinks long and hard about this before finally saying, perhaps I should reach some of these philosophers, meet them in person, see what they have to say when they can stare death down in the face.
I'm something of a philosopher myself.
Something of a scientist myself.
I'm something of a fucking idiot myself.
He says,
You can't do this to me! I made you! Fawn stands up.
he says, we'll see what they think of their ideas then.
Ashwell's gonna glide over to where you guys are. I figure he's been quietly watching this giant thing and being like, what the fuck is... Like, he might be remade from something dread from out of time and space, but it doesn't mean he's got all the answers, clearly. He's gonna glide over at that, sort of like levitating a little bit.
You were once human, were you not?
Was. For a tick.
There's your progenitor, my friend. One of them, at least.
Huh. Strange.
A grim reminder that failure often results in death, no matter how powerful.
Or a gentle encouragement that I might be onto something. He's gonna turn towards Parthenax? Is what his name was?
Arnox.
You're thinking of the dragon from Elder Scrolls. That's
Yeah, exactly. That's what's always fun with me. So he's gonna turn and just sort of address him, and death isn't always a good way to... The threat of death only goes so far. Here's the thing about mortals. Something you're going to maybe one day learn. Eventually, when you have your final death hovering over your head for your entire life, it doesn't matter anymore. In fact, in many cases it makes people more stubborn. There's a reason why your mother is such a good cleric. Because oftentimes people will throw themselves to their death for good or ill causes. I imagine your god has their own opinion on those people. He sort of just like inclines his head a little bit towards you, Kira. But oftentimes getting there is done in the face of it. After all, how many have died fighting dragons and knew what it would be? It's not like as though as if they didn't know they were going to get killed, or likely killed. And yet dragons continue to slay would-be adventurers.
Natalie, thank you for the gift sub. I don't know. That says an hour ago. I don't know why it just now played the thing for it. Thank you. Appreciate it, baby.
Welcome.
Kira, did you see anything over there while you were there? Sorry about that, Derek.
Very good.
Yeah, it looks like they're thinking about something that Aranax has said and how to address it, and then turn. The god or the creatures?
Everything. This is new in my experience.
There was something. A brand on an anchor embedded in one of the creatures. Named, was it the God Slayer?
Eater.
God eat it and snap their fingers.
Can I make a check?
I don't know if you would know anything about the Astral Sea. Well, like as a functioning location. It's kind of your first time being there, right?
Yeah, it is. And my book, out of curiosity, in that book, did it just have the spell of making a spell jammer? Or did it also have like the bubble in it?
It would all kind of come with making the ship into a spell jammer. The gravity plane is what creates the bubble.
Okay, so could I have the second level spell that allows me to create my own bubble though?
Yeah, you've had enough time.
Okay, cool. Lon's gonna do that. He's gonna make like you're gonna see like this strange little. For a moment, it's like a weird glimmer, and then it's sort of like his head. I'm trying to think of a way to explain this. Have you ever seen any like a magician do like a magic trick with mirrors?
Maybe?
And like sometimes you can tell that there's a mirror involved in it. Like sometimes, that's what Vaughn's like. That's what like the spherical bubble around Vaughn's head sort of like looks like.
Gotcha.
And it sort of blends with the rest of his abjurative ward. So Vaughn's gonna step up onto the guardrails and just, well, he's gonna start flying away towards this cadaver. The spelljammer is still, by the way.
Yeah, you very quickly using the power of your intellect begin.
Oh, my massive fucking brain starts. That's cool though. I really like the idea that like your speed is determined by your intellect.
For the time being, Vaunt even moves faster than Arnox.
Yeah, our next only has, I believe he has a 19 in intelligence.
I'm a fucking god. Trying to find the exact speed that I have. Flying speed equal to 5 times the intelligence score. So yeah, I have a 35. I believe.
Intelligence score.
Oh shit, I'm fucking speeding, baby. I got a 22. Wow, I'm schmoving. Holy fuck. I have like 120, is that correct? 22
5 times 22 is 110.
110, okay. I'm bad at math.
Your character's smart.
I'm fucking schmoving though.
Yeah, you're schmoving. You're just...
My character's smart, I'm a fucking idiot.
Yeah, in a matter of like a minute or two, you are at the large corpse. Shaft broke you a bit.
Oh, I should probably ask people if they wanted to come with.
Too late.
Bye.
I could have seen you leave and followed you on my Dragonelle.
That's true.
True. You are going to have a very limited amount of oxygen compared to me, though.
1 minute.
It's 1 minute. I thought it was 10.
No, it's literally like 1 minute. It's literally so little time.
Arnox doesn't have to breathe.
Worth going.
Yeah, here we go. Let's see. It's on the first page. A creature that needs to breathe will exhaust the air in its personal envelope in 1 minute. Since this is barely enough time to get anywhere, most creatures travel through space on spell jamming ships. For
That's
that
in
reason.
real space, if I'm not mistaken, but I'm not really sure. I'll have to double check.
Oh.
Not sure if there is a real space rule for this edition of Spelljammer.
Yeah. If it is in real space, then probably be even worse. Honestly.
I have a tendency to overwrite things that don't have continuity, so we'll see once I review the rules.
Yeah.
So what I can do is air bubble for each spell slot I casted above the second level. So like third, I get 2 additional globes of fresh air to give you guys. They last for 24 hours.
You folks want to go
Wants
over
to
there?
come with me.
Okay.
I don't know if a Dragonelle can carry 2 people.
I would say,
Preferably
yeah.
in prime numbers.
You folks can go. Ashwell will hold the ship down. He's fine to observe from a distance. He could
Gargon
cross
will
on his
happily
own
go.
if you wanted.
I'm just gonna bring my son.
So that's how many?
No, he can.
Arnox doesn't have to breathe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Kanan.
How
And
many
I
is
can.
Arnox?
He doesn't have to breathe, and I can just use his air anyway.
Yeah, Kanan will put down her cheese and go along.
Oh, hell, everyone's going. Fine. Ashwell doesn't want to be left alone on the deck.
He's here.
5th
Here,
level
yeah.
spell slot. Let's go, air bubble.
No,
Did you say
no.
fifth level?
Here's what we're gonna do. Here's
Oh
here's
god.
here's what we're gonna do. Kira would fly by and hold out their hand as well.
You can't share an air bubble.
You actually don't need to worry about that. Ashwell actually he can fly on his own. It's just a matter of whether or not there would be an air bubble left.
But don't you want to fly on a dragon?
I think that would be pretty sick. That'd be literally straight out of like a good '90s rock album cover. So yeah.
Don't you want to ride the magic dragon, dude?
I do want to. Oh, fine. All right. As long as is there enough air bubbles for everybody then?
I don't. How many people was that? I wasn't keeping count.
Everyone.
It's all the player characters.
Just 4. Since
Kanan
Kira
coming?
doesn't- Yeah.
Kanan doesn't have to breathe either.
She's
That's sick.
she can give CPR if needed.
Y'all breathing people.
Imagine having to breathe, right, Gian?
Fucking
there's no-
living humans.
This is the second character that doesn't have to breathe.
So that's Omni, Natalie, Elise. I think that dwarf.
I can
The
just.
dwarf doesn't have to.
I
come.
can vibe with.
You cannot share an
nice.
air bubble.
It's really more, I think, the ride is what she wants to share with me. So I would need my own air bubble, but like we could at least ride the same dragon.
You all are going to need your own air bubble, except for those of you that don't breathe. So.
Yeah.
I just
Armax
fucking
and
flew
Kanan.
around with Aranax and Derek said it was cool.
I forgot.
To be fair, I was saying
We're
I had to
actually
shut off.
suffocating the whole time.
Suffocation, no
Oh, wait.
breathing. no
If the ship is close enough to the corpse, we wouldn't even need the air bubble.
I'm not bringing the ship super close to the corpse. That's a really
Oh,
bad
okay,
idea.
that's fair.
Also, I think you would probably have been fine in the Kandori's air bubble. Kandori are fucking massive. They would have their own
Yeah.
air bubble.
Yeah, they create.
So you were fine. You just didn't have that long to look at the corpse before you had to head back.
Okay.
So that's 4, including Darwin, right?
Darvin doesn't have to come.
No.
That's
You
fine.
can if
That's
there's
fine because
enough.
it's gonna be in prime numbers. That'll give me 5.
Okay.
So
Then,
that'll be
yeah.
a 4th level
He'll
spell slot.
come with. Okay.
Vaughn's gonna stand on the edge of the deck and he's gonna look back at everybody. I encourage you to come with me and explore, but I do insist that you do not touch anything. We do not know what we are traveling into at the moment.
I'm gonna touch everything.
Whole idea. You could wake up some sort of colony of space creatures.
I'd certainly like to come back to where I came from. So yeah, I'm in.
All right. Well, don't
Bubble
go
time,
anywhere,
baby.
anybody. We're gonna take a quick 5 to 10, and we will be right back with more. Actually, I think there's gonna be a little bit of an extended break. So maybe like 15 minutes or so, and we will be back with more Covet Syndicate.
Woo!
So, welcome back, everybody. Thank y'all so much for waiting patiently. We surely do appreciate it. Now, let us get back to it. So, Vaught has cast air bubble around all members of the party required to breathe that have decided to venture to this dead god body part. The size and scope of it, from where you were on the deck, it was pretty large. But you don't really see how large it is until you get to, like, closer to it. Scale, it functions differently in the Astral Sea. It looks differently in the Astral Sea, I should say. But as you approach, you can see that it is positively massive. It is the size of a multitude of mountains, like, kind of inverted and jutting out on both sides. When you
What's
arrive,
everybody's speed?
ooh. Zarn would be relying on the Dragonel's fly speed, which doesn't matter. You still just move through intelligence, right?
Yeah,
So
there's
let's
no, like,
see.
flying, quote unquote.
How does your mount's intelligence work?
Your mount might be slower than you.
I hope not.
Well, if it has a flying speed, then it disregards the flying by brain thing. It's
Oh,
only
nice.
if you don't. Yeah, it's used as an alternative. If you have flying or swimming speed, you can fly or swim in the Astral Sea.
Oh, nice.
But if you don't have a flying or swim speed, otherwise, like, think about how many, like, wild animals in the Astral Sea would have to be, like, you know, fucking doctorate level geniuses to move at a moderate speed.
I figured there would
So-
be separate things to them because you adapt to your environment, but you're right.
You know, it's very specific about that. That said, like, if you don't have access to a flying speed or swim speed either from spell or base, yeah, you float by brain. And in that case, yeah, they can fuck over a fighter really hard.
Then,
Good
yeah,
thing I have my Dragonel.
I believe it's 60 feet. I will double check what Dragonel speed is, though. It's not really that important. I can't find it. I don't know where it went.
Off it goes into the ether.
Into the ether. I think it's 60 feet. I'm pretty sure it's 60 feet. So as you all make your way to the other side of it, much as I described before, you can see its guts kind of floating in space. You can see the rib cage burst open, and you can see a hollow cavity where the heart should be that is missing.
Me too. It's like the Grinch.
Same.
Ashel's just looking over the giant gaping hole and just kind of eyebrow raised behind the mask. So they're like us enough to have something there, right? It's obviously not normal.
Can I walk on this thing?
Yeah. Yeah. How close to this massive crater do you get?
Bon isn't. He's like. He's a little iffy about getting closer to it, but he'd rather be the first one close to it rather than anybody else go in before him.
So do you
We
go
just
into the
kinda
crater?
did like a flyover, didn't we?
Yeah. You had to be pretty quick.
Okey-doke.
So do you get like right up on the edge of the crater, or do you go down into it?
I want to plunge into the crater. This is a whole new meaning to exploring the body.
Nice. John Mayer plays. So as you begin sinking into this positively massive wound in this corporeal form, the rib cages jut out like peaked spires as you sink into a place that, I mean, light is ever present in the astral sea, but there seems to be some sort of anomaly in this location, as once you have gotten sufficiently down into the depths of it, the light begins to fade, and without a light source of your own, you find yourself shrouded completely in darkness that pervades even your own innate born dark vision.
Let me see if I have the light cantrip. I don't know why I'm listening to smooth jazz right now, but why not?
So wait, it suppresses even magical.
He hasn't tried yet.
I have.
I don't have the light cantrip prepared because I have dark vision, so... Somebody spare me a light.
Can I see?
I have a light.
Have you guys seen that gif of that guy that's like leaps with his arms outstretched into that giant cavernous hole? That's Vaught, like just like disappearing.
I genuinely do have light though. I'll cast the light on his staff for him.
Yeah.
There's a wet, fleshy sound as each of your feet land you on the ground floor. What you can tell is the deflated lungs of this great god. The spinal column present and protruding from some of the flesh behind, but also kind of covered by other organs and meat from various portions of the body, where it seems that... Actually, could I get a medicine check from everybody?
Yeah, I was gonna say, could I identify a cause of death? Black. 21.
I don't know anything.
You know what I mean, Jon Snow?
I at least know a tiny bit more than Kanan.
I can tell that he's dead.
Terminal
Dead.
case of unalive.
He's dead. It's like, oh yeah, wow, great observation there, Sherlock.
He's got a hole in his body.
Vaughn, it looks to you... Sorry, what, Jill?
Oh, it's like no heart, duh.
Vaughn, it looks to you like what killed this being was not the disruption of their corporeal flesh. It's really hard to kill a god by just destroying their body or whatever body they create for themselves. The writing of the effect of this is all along the literal walls to your size. You can see it like invisible glyphs covering the ribs, like spires, obelisks, a monument to death. Something powerful enough willed this god to die by a magical means, by the invocation of death itself. Annihilation.
Fascinating. Scribble. I actually comprehend languages.
Ooh.
So I can understand the literal meaning of this stuff.
I can read too.
Very good. Can you read this space language?
I actually can.
What's is it familiar to me, Derek? By any chance? You know,
What
I have that
languages
one
do you
weird one.
know? It's not in that weird one.
Okay, then yeah, no worries. Just curious.
Yeah, I got Eyes of the Rune Keeper, so
You
I
do
can
have
read
Eyes
all
of the Rune Keeper.
Oh,
That's right.
Vaughn's not gonna know about that, so he's gonna take out a pinch of soot and salt and just go, like, throw it at the wall, and he's gonna put his finger on it and start reading it.
Could I please have an Arcana check from you, Vaunt, with Intelligence, and an Arcana check from you, Kanan, with Charisma?
Indeed.
Kanan, would you like to use your inspiration?
Okay.
Taco Bell secured. What are we making checks for?
Okay.
They are trying to determine what is on the wall.
16 doesn't seem very high.
Is it Arcana? Could I make a case for religion, maybe, since this is a god?
What languages do you know?
I have Celestial, Common, Draconic, Elvish, and Sylvan.
It is in none of those languages.
Not even Celestial?
Nope.
Damn, okay.
19?
This abyssal invocation, though it is profound, it is incomplete. The sequence that the both of you... What's up?
Oh,
It's in
abyssal.
Abyssal? I speak Abyssal.
Okay, so...
I guess I didn't need
This-
to cast.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's... Give yourself the spell slot back, in that case. Vaunt, or excuse me, Zarn, you can make yours with,
Wait,
charisma.
why do you know Abyssal? That's concerning.
All serpent folk know abyssal.
None of your business.
Okay.
What'd you say?
Serpent folk's native tongue is abyssal.
Is it really? Okay.
Yes, you can make an Arcana check based off of charisma. It's a bastardized abyssal.
Ah, I see. Okay.
Damn, I wanted to be a natural 20 so bad.
Yeah, I was so close. Fuck.
Do you want to use your inspiration?
Well, first, how do I change it to rolls with charisma?
I can just
You click on the skill.
ability score.
Yeah, on the ability score, my bad.
On the stat next to it.
Yeah, that was not an 8, so re-roll that for starters. Or just add your charisma modifier to it, so it's a 12. And then if you'd like to use your inspiration, you can. Wait, I don't know what your inspiration is. Is it 12? Is it 4? No, it's +3, so that's an 11.
I think I might save it, to be honest. I don't think I have a good chance of rolling a 20 or getting higher.
As I was saying, the keystone of the sequence, what would really tie it together in a way that you'd be able to understand it, seems to be missing. The heart itself. Whatever specifically that you would be able to decipher from all of these words, all of this unbelievably, like, it's so much writing that it's like it actually makes up the structure, like lines of code. And then the darkness around you begins to sink in a bit more. The light on your staff goes out. You can all feel a chill coming over you, and you are wrapped perfectly in impermeable darkness. You can hear a voice calling. It seems to resonate off of everything around you. To what end have you entered my realm?
boy. So, I'm gonna be the meme here because I gotta ask at least once. Does my devil's sight see through this?
No. It's as if the black is a substance in and of itself.
Okay, I figured. I just wanted to,
Like all of the light in the area is being pulled to a singular point, preventing sight whatsoever.
Ashwell kind of blinks, and his eyes look around. Takes a special kind of power to deny even me sight. That's new.
You have trespassed in the lair of one such as I. I extend to thee courtesy. Explain yourselves. There's this sort of bluish mist that begins to pool in the center of the room, casting the faintest of lights, being the only thing that you can all collectively see.
Just sightseeing.
Who exactly are you?
I am Innotinus.
Anatomus?
Innotinus. Inatinus. Put it in chat.
Yeah, that'll help.
Resumes. Not.
Can I make a religion check on that name?
This must be the brother of GM.
I mean, yeah, but would you allow me to do that, Derek?
Sure.
I guess I'll make a religion check too. Yippee! Yeah, baby.
Fuck off!
Oh, what's that? I can't hear you, cleric, over my high religion rolls.
Jesus Christ.
I didn't know they could go that high.
Look upon my religion in despair.
Kira, with a 21, you know that no god of man is named Innotinus.
Okay.
Vaunt with a 30. You would know that there are certain entities that exist within the astral sea. Some of them have a remarkable correspondence in features, sometimes traits, and sometimes even personalities to the most powerful native-born creatures of the material plane. To call it a dragon would be a little bit of an understatement, but the creature that manifests before all of you
Oh.
Ancient. Ooh.
Derek out here just like, hey Red, you know that thing that you wanted? It's right in front of you right now.
Well,
It-
Roll.
it billows up from this pool of mist, and as it stands upright, proud in all of its form, it shifts in the blink of an eye into that of an ageless being, devoid of any discernible features, no eyes, no mouth, no ears. It is a veritable void before you.
So is it still in its dragon shape, or is it more like a humanoid shape?
It is in a humanoid shape. I am sorry for not explaining that fully.
Oh, you're fine. And Anatinus. Is this a name I've heard before? Like in any of my studies, even in that spell jamming book I got.
It mentions.
I did get a nat 20 and I'm trying to push it, so.
It mentions in that book an order of beings that are like gods unto themselves. They are not bound by the same rules and strictures that a dragon is, that if they reach a certain level of power, they either have to become a great worm or they have to, you know, find a way to circumvent that. When you met the ancient amethyst dragon that was with the leader of the Gith Empire, she was on the cusp of becoming a great worm, and so she has to stay in the astral sea, because if she gets like almost any older whatsoever, she is going to have to try to resist the urge to start devouring whatever realm she goes into that has time, and ascending to great worm. And she's not about genocide. So she didn't really want to do that.
That's what happens if a dragon turns into a great worm, is that they basically become Jormungandr.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Damn.
So is the thing that we're speaking to, is it the soul of this cadaver?
No.
It's a separate entity entirely.
Separate entity entirely.
Okay. Okay, that explains a lot. Wait, this is a void dragon. Is it a shard of the void dragon?
Get out of here, 40k North.
It's not a Catan. No.
Damn. I thought Derek was gonna be like, here's this army of like mecha skeletons. It's just like, no,
Necrons are here, everyone.
Necrons.
Now, I mean, that would be a divine intervention right there.
Yeah, that would. Derek's just like, well, fucking magic's doing it. Why can't I do it?
We are, as he sort of looks around, all of us travelers. We didn't realize these were your halls. 1,000 pardons. Oh, great and mighty dragon. As he slowly inclines his head.
He's gonna look over at you like, what are you fucking sucking up for?
Save your flattery. You can all hear this voice, though. There is no mouth. I am not so prideful as your kith. He looks to Arnox as he says that. I know what I am. I know
Very well.
what you are. You have come a very long distance.
Pointy. Yeah. Sorry, it was my first reflex was,
Huh? Me? Who, me?
I realized I just accidentally pulled a Han Solo. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
That fucking killed me, holy shit.
Kira would kind of insert themselves between this void dragon and Aranax. Just kind of like, don't hurt my baby.
The figure looks to you, kind of floating in midair. I mean you no harm, nor the child.
Excellent. Could you impart some knowledge upon me? That is simply what I am here for.
He kind of bows his head for a moment before coming back up. I could tell you a great many thing, mortal. I wonder, but could your mind comprehend? He is going to place a singular finger on your forehead. Please give me
I smell an insane.
Yes.
Yeah, baby! I can't wait for my brain to fry like a fucking Anglo Breezy. Let's go! Come on. Can somebody give me their inspiration? Somebody give me their inspiration, I beg you. I don't want to die like this.
You know what? I haven't used it. All yours, Chief.
Thanks, boss.
What a Chad.
No worries.
Can't wait to
one.
roll a 5.
Ashwell's a team player. He's trying.
19 isn't much better. Somebody in chat, give me a fucking blast. Please!
Let me
Beg
see.
you.
Can I give him one of my last blesses, Derek? Because I've been sitting on like 2.
Oh, I blew all my blesses a long time ago.
I haven't been using my blesses,
Okay.
and I have absolutely no idea how many I have.
I don't keep track of that. That's up to you guys.
Is it a D6? You're the
What?
cleric. You should be...
Hmm?
Oh,
Never
I can
mind.
give you guidance.
23.
You want to give him guidance?
Oh god. Oh mercy.
You know, I should have realized that this save is literally probably beyond your capacity to pass, if we're being real.
I have a plus
I think
10
I
to
have
my save,
guidance.
so
This thing might be like an int 30 or something insane. Like, we don't
guidance is
D4.
at D4. Okay, so I'm at 23. 2 or higher, maybe 25. Come on, baby. God damn it. 24. Okay.
Oh,
I'm
God.
sorry, I don't have bless prepared.
Onga bunga. Does anybody else have inspiration that they'd be willing to fork over? I'll
I-
gladly pay you
I-
Tuesday for an inspiration today.
I already used mine. Sorry.
Double triple checking, making sure I don't get fucked.
Go ahead, take my inspiration.
Thank you.
Oh, me?
You get to re-roll the whole pool then? Or
No,
Just the D20.
I'm assuming.
Okay, just wanted
So I
to...
have a plus 5 to this, so like a 20 sounds pretty solid.
Plus
so-
15.
Plus 15. Oh yeah, that's right. Hold on.
Yeah,
Thanks, no,
with your base,
okay.
yeah.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Give me a 10 or higher. No, why?
You have the exact same thing.
Oh, man.
So the
It
highest
was
I've got,
fated.
highest I've got is 24. Is there anything in my repertoire that I could do to alleviate the pain I'm about to experience? Well, I'm just gonna get blanked out of existence. It's like that episode of Adventure Time where Tree Trunks bites the crystal apple and just pops like a fucking balloon. Let's see.
You just got fate sealed for that, I feel like. I should kind of bad about this.
Can my demon help me? Demon, please.
Oh, you're gonna be so upset.
I know something bad's gonna happen, and I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna alleviate it.
Wait, Zarn, you're a paladin, right?
Don't I? Yeah,
Oh, you
you
get
have an
the plus-
aura. I get to add stuff from your aura.
Plus 4. What's your charisma?
My charisma is plus 3.
So that brings up to a 27.
27.
Wait,
Beats.
what? Charisma?
Yes,
that's-
27 beats it. Oh, Zard, I'm gonna give you a big old
That's
hug
fine
and a
with
pat
future.
on your little snake snoot.
Nice.
You better never ask me for permission. Make me ask you for permission to go on your ship again.
You saved my brain.
Through
Oh
a
my
combination of literally your entire party.
Literally, yeah.
We have like almost that Guardians of the Galaxy type moment where everyone can feel the quite literal gravity of what is being placed into Vaughn's mind and the metaphorical gravity as we get that kind of like moment where the moment it bink touches your forehead from your perspective, you like wink down into a speck the size of an atom and just hurtle through time. There is this massive accretion disk forming at the edge of the solar system. The star itself is winking out like it's going to die before it will have the chance to fully form. And then we can see a number of beings from beyond, their total number in 12. A hand like a great wheel, spokes reaching down into the center of this star and locking in place this permanent fixture to turn reality, to sustain this realm. And we can see this cosmological scale, multitudes of debris from beyond the pale flying in, and when all is said and done, in this system, there is only a single planet and a single moon. massive and devoid of space. It's like everything that could have been in a Hail Mary was used to stabilize it. Those four spokes, like invisible hands, guiding the turning of the wheel. Something falls to the plane, and we can see life beginning to form. This cephalopodic form rising from out of the depths. It reminds you very much of the starved illithid that you saw not too long ago. And over time, they form an intelligent life. And then you can see through eons them forming an elder brain, and then through eons after that, this elder brain's life cycle taking its natural final evolution into that of a great aboleth, freely moving about the world, dominating and enslaving. We can see the rise of the Serpentine Empire, driving back the Mind Flayers back to the seas. We can see them cutting a bloody swath to the other would-be inheritors of this world and enslaving them for thousands upon thousands upon thousands of years, until finally the form of the pact that they make is ruptured into existence because three various beings, one elven, one human, and one dwarven, arise from the depths of the world, clinging this new-found power to themselves, wreathed in their flaming righteous fury. They strike down this scion of death, and they fragment the power of the Serpentines, freeing themselves. And for a time, there is peace. Bitter rivalries stoke the flames of war, and then the three races that once stood proud find themselves beset by a new enemy. One that, in the time that they spent developing their empires to fight against one another, the giants came from another world, stepping down from the sky as if through a very portal itself they came to Ismira. And then for a time they too held these three races in their clutches. After that, we can see a myriad of other races popping up. Halflings, gnomes, we can see various different elves freeing themselves from domination and fleeing to far corners of the world. And once more, these three figures rise up. They look different this time, but they slay the giants and they free their people. War is set aside. The scars of the giants, the scars of the Mind Flayers and the Serpentines, those are still fresh. And an alliance is formed that lasts for about 2,000 years. A great dragon rises, scours the earth, lays waste to an entire region, and a fledgling god finds a way to break one of those arms, linking the cosmological wheel, with the intention to remake it in their own image. You stand now on the precipice. The events that will take place over the rest of this arc of the campaign will not free the world from the impending apocalypse. The end is coming. All you can do is free yourselves and free those you can from annihilation.
Oof.
The final thing that I'm going to say is that annihilation is a very particular word that I use in my setting. Sometimes just because it's a fun word, but usually because it has specific connotations. Annihilation meaning the end, meaning oblivion, meaning complete and total death. The entity that usurped death and took its place, where it now consumes everything that dies. This dragon is gifting you its understanding of annihilation. And you come out of this with the capacity to use power word kill.
Holy shit.
Fuck, man.
Starting at your current level, every one level you get closer to 20, you subtract 1 from the number of 20. You make a soul save that is no modifiers whatsoever. You need a flat, you're level 12 right now. You need a flat 18 or higher.
How is he level 12?
You're all level 12.
What?
Right? Are you level 10?
No,
No, we're level 10.
Okay, that's fine.
It's
My
it's
prerequisite is 10 anyway, it's fine. I thought you were 12. Death roll is 12, my bad.
yeah, I was gonna say.
I'm really baby.
Yeah, so right now you need a natural 20. Starting at level 10, every level you get up is one that you can subtract from it. It's a unmodified roll. If you fail, it rebounds and you are destroyed instead.
Ooh.
Cool.
That's a gamble.
Do I kill you or do I kill me? Find out.
For the record,
It's-
we have had it twice in Death Roll. Both of the player characters have used it and survived, so I'm just saying, sometimes the dice are nice.
Yeah, I roll a natural. Well, let's I'm not killing anything, but hypothetically, let's see what I roll.
You died!
Not enough.
Woo, yeah, baby, I'm fucking dead. So no modifier whatsoever, just a flat d20.
Soul save.
It's nuts.
I can also roll it for you with my skull dice if you'd like.
Pretty die. How fucked would that be? Hey, dragon, thank you. Die.
This guy.
I mean, yeah, you could take its soul. Well,
Lick my ball.
that's provided that its health point max is less than 100, so.
I can assure you it is significantly higher than
I
100.
imagine this thing probably has hundreds of health.
Yeah.
Probably close to CR 30.
Yeah.
So when the vision fades and you are brought back to reality, Vaunt, he retracts his hand. Well,
I understand.
then you know what must be done.
I do.
The wheel shall be reforged. One spoke will require the change of the others. All kind that call it home will be destroyed. I can see you all for what you are. You are no heroes. But when you find your method of escape, I urge you to ensure traditions, cultures, knowledge, all must not be lost.
Well, Vaunt was the only one who had that epic vision, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
Vaughn had like the Doctor
Yeah.
Strange moment where he's getting like flung through space,
Yeah.
like literally seeing the dawn of creation and stuff like that, while like that sick guitar solo from Freebirds.
well, we just watched you having a grand mal seizure for a minute.
Yeah, Vaughn's just like convulsing with his eyes back in
No,
his head, and we're
I was really tempted to be like, he pulls a finger away, and I'd just be like, Vaughn goes from like standing upright perfectly and just falling backward on his neck. Like, no. I'll wait till the Void Dragon leaves. Vaughn's all about composure.
I trust that at the end of it all, when there is naught left but ash and dust, I might even find some of your number still there. As if he's saying that to all of you. Go in peace.
Thank you. Ashel's gonna nod and look over to Vaughn just to be sure, like, hey, buddy, you still there, right? Like, frontal lobe hasn't
Is there
melted.
something like apparently different with Vaughn?
Yeah.
Is that up to me?
So as the Void Dragon begins sinking down into the ground once more, we can see that there's, as if there was something there that you couldn't quite place your hands or your eyes upon. This 3 concentric ringed halo. Invisible to sight, but still present. Vaunt, you can now feel that as if a starry void hangs over your head. People would need to pass a, I would say, probably insight check to determine it.
I'm good at that. I'm gonna do it.
Okay.
I'll try. I suck at that. But
23?
why not? Everything's wisdom now, damn it.
I have no idea.
16.
We'll call it a 15 requirement. Yeah.
Just say that Ashwell's weird perspective is somewhat shifted.
I know exactly what I'm gonna do now.
With that, we're going to cut to our final break for the evening, folks. And then we've got Zarn's downtime and then Vaunt's downtime when we get back. So don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick... What's up? Oh, and Kanan. Wait, when did Kanan roll? I thought Kanan... Okay, you're right. Sorry, Kanan, I'm not going to forget about you. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back. 2. Welcome back, folks. Thank y'all so much for waiting. Surely do appreciate it. So, Covet Syndicate has made their way back to the Spelljammer. As they have arrived, the crew of it are waiting out on the deck, on bated breath, like, well?
It's dead.
It's definitely dead.
This whole time on the way back, Ashwell has been looking at you, Vaunt, and your new, somewhat visible to him, halo that was not there before you were touched by something that he's at least smart enough to acknowledge is way more powerful than any of us. And he is not, his eyes have not left you since we left that rock.
Is Vaughn going to share with anybody what he saw, or...?
No. How would you even begin to explain what you saw?
I mean, fair, but still.
There's no way to explain that. I just casually saw the creation, destruction, and then recreation of the universe several times over.
I mean, you just explained it.
Fair.
The more lay person you get, the easier it becomes.
Vaughn's gonna just step down onto the deck, pause for a moment, and he's gonna start walking back to his quarters like there's much to be done.
Ashwell's just gonna watch him go and blink and then turn to everyone else. So was anyone else gonna ask him, or was that just gonna be me?
By all means, what the hell would any of us say?
We should have had Kira make that and say that would have been funny.
Yeah, I would have just instantaneously died.
She hasn't eaten it.
Yep, I sure do.
So Derek's just giving me a power word kill if I get a nat.
Even I have a higher intelligence.
Hey, look,
Damn.
Sorry.
I'm a cleric.
She's a reptile. Just
Solve practical problems. Ashwell is going
All
to
good.
follow after Vaunt and eventually ask him, but we can do that later. I'm
Yeah,
stepping on
that'll
their
be-
toes.
probably my downtime.
All right. So, who rolled next in the initiative order?
I think it was
I
me.
think I was, because I think I rolled last.
All right. So, Kanan, after you and the rest of your friends have made it back from this little escapade, what do you do?
Kanan is just gonna think back to more simpler times, when we were just robbing caravans and
This campaign is turning into like the epitome of like, hi, we're high schoolers. End of the fucking anime. We're fighting God.
Yes. Fucking here for it.
Monica Magica.
she's reminiscing of peaceful killings and
Peaceful killing.
safe travels with those dudes, the trolls.
Yeah. The kind of look of melancholy and reminiscence on your face prompts Umok to, as he approaches you, what did you see in there?
I saw a dragon.
Was it bigger than me?
Yes, we're all gonna die.
Really?
I don't know. I failed my insight check.
Like, that's the only thing you surmised. We are going to die. Very good. You are.
You are going to die.
Well, are we gonna... Did the dragon tell you that?
All I'm thinking is we're gonna need a bigger boat.
He looks down at the boat beneath him like, how much bigger do they get?
2 galleons. We'll tape them together.
We duct tape them together.
We use what's that thing? Sovereign glue. We're gonna sovereign glue 2 galleons together. We came back full circle. Comedic callback 101.
Red, it's unfortunate we're sharing a brain cell. That doesn't bode well.
Just tape
Don't
them
do
together.
share a fucking brain cell, Jesus.
You pass it around like a joint.
Take a hit from the brain cell and pass it on.
That's funny.
It's the brain cell.
Sorry, Gio.
Pass the brain joint.
Umok says, so what's gonna kill us?
Smart man knows, but he's not talking.
Should we jump him?
Outside of-
Jump him.
Why are you talking like Caesar from like the remake of Planet of the Apes? Smart man knows. We jump him. We jump him. We kill. Gather information. Eat brain. Know what he knows. Like, why are you talking like a kid? Eat brain. Gain knowledge.
No, the fucking
Kill
hilarious,
bird.
like,
Gain
actually-
flight.
Okay, we ambush Vaughn.
When he's sleeping, right?
So that's a good idea.
Where is this conversation being had? Is this just out in the middle of everybody? Or like,
Rolls
are
initiative.
people just okay with it? Yeah, roll initiative.
So we have a moment with maybe we'll have like an intervention with the whole party. Just turn on the light, like sitting in a chair, but there's like 4 chairs and 4 lights.
Dancing lights, just like floating above each of them.
Choose your player.
Yeah, so you all receive a summons from the Magic Mouth to, I guess probably like a central chamber in the Stern Castle. And as Gian explains, the light comes on, revealing Kanan, and then 4 more lights revealing the other chairs.
Is this an intervention for all of us or for Vaughn?
What the fuck is going on?
He knows something. I know it.
Oh. So this is interrogation.
We'll have to kill him. I know it.
I'll have to
board.
kill him, I know it.
So you got everyone here for this, including me.
Paul's not here yet. There's gonna be a birthday cake or some shit. I'm just gonna be like, what?
As much as I have perhaps more reason than most to see him dead, I don't think that'll be necessary. I hope.
Asheville, there's gold involved. It'll be okay.
He pauses and looks to the side, looks forward. You know, gold doesn't mean much to me anymore.
Oh.
That's weird, right? And he like literally looks to like whoever's to his right, like that's not normal, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's really strange. You should go see a doctor, I
You
think.
should get that checked.
I mean, I did get a terminal case of death.
Let me
I don't
feel
think
your
there's much they can
forehead.
diagnose me with.
God. I think you've got a fever.
He pauses and looks forward. Regardless, let's try to find out what he knows before we make any rash decisions.
So, what? Am I missing something? What is going on?
The creature, when it touched him, it affected him somehow. He has
thought-
this aura
Okay.
now.
I noticed he was acting stranger than normal.
I can't see the whole thing. My eyes can't quite perceive it. It's on the edge there.
What can't you perceive?
Alec
above
with the
his head.
resub. Oh my goodness.
Oh,
So much
nice.
love, buddy. Thank you, dude. Oh my god. Y'all are too much this evening. Thank you, guys.
Dude, Alec,
Aw.
love you, buddy.
Love
Hope
buddy.
you enjoyed
Thank
your dinner. It looked great.
See you soon, fella.
Hell yeah. Um,
It sounds like a
so-
threat, Nick.
I will see you soon, Brian.
See you real soon.
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
So, he sort of pauses and tries to find the words. Vaunt has something now over his head. I mean that literally. There's a presence over him. It's not quite like what I have. It's something else. Something far beyond my ability to perceive. I could barely see the edge of it. But there's something... Whatever the dragon did, it fundamentally changed him. Like... almost like me.
That's not concerning at all.
It's very
Agree with
much so.
Kanan. We should kill him.
Wait, shut up, all of you. Let
We do-
men speak.
Then we kill him.
We do find out what happened, what he saw, as best as he can explain it. And then we work off it. As the man who probably deserves to kill him most, I ask you, for my sake, please don't kill him. Unless he presents it as a threat. Is that fair?
I suppose.
Vaughn just fucking comes in to
Really
power
wanted
word
to-
kill one of us.
Natural 20, Ashwell. Okay, I'm gonna get out a new character now.
It's so sad that Ashwell died of ligma.
Who the hell is Ashwell?
Ligma balls.
I like sharing a brain cell with you, Red. It's really fun.
God damn it, y'all.
The brain boom is passed back. It makes ground.
That's all Ashwell really has to say on that.
You guys are talking about all this, but you're forgetting one very major detail that I'm not going to point out just yet.
Mm.
What's up? Fair enough. It's even better if you don't know. Okay. I was gonna just like very casually open up the door to the room.
We're trying to surprise him, right, guys?
Yes.
Okay, so
Happy birthday!
I was gonna say before he arrived, like I assume after a couple minutes after we had our little conversation, Ashwell's just going to cast darkness on the room.
What? We're literally doing the turning out the lights shit.
Bond's gonna
I
just
can
wave his hand as he sees it, and he's gonna just dispel magic at will.
Okay. I figure we'd be on him in that time, so...
I mean, like Kira just gestures around, like, what the fuck was that?
We attack him now.
Already action.
Ashwell's just gonna run up and just sort of like, just sort of get right behind him and close the door. Stand between him and the door.
Well, don't make this awkward, Ashwell.
We've already made it exceptionally awkward. Let's just ask.
You
Vaughn.
started it, but... Oh, my fucking god. I should send all of you to your cabins. You're driving me insane.
I'll turn this spelljammer around.
I don't even know how to pilot the fucking thing, but I'll do it.
I will kindly ship around, and we will go back to Izmira.
Just gently get outside and push it home. Look, we just want
No.
to talk.
No television for a week.
We just want to talk, Font. That's all.
Or do you want to plot to kill me some more?
Oh, fucking God.
My room is
were just
adjacent to this
scrolling.
fucking room. Do you think I didn't hear any of that? Are
Oh,
you
I figured you were
stupid?
listening through the magic mouth.
I mean, I pretty much could, but like, it's also just a literal wall between
Yeah.
my room and this, so I could just hear everything being said.
We were just throwing some ideas around.
I'll keep that in mind.
I didn't want you dead. Anyway, can we just ask the question already? What the
did
hell
you
happened?
see?
I'm going to have to simplify this, because even what I saw, it still is something that I am scribing. Because the only way I can truly perceive it and understand it is to write.
Okay.
I saw the creation, the destruction, and then the creation again of mortality and, well, the universe as a whole.
Oh, sir, nothing important. That you just didn't feel the need to share with us.
I needed to sit down and think for a moment. And my thinking was interrupted by plots of my demise. So thank you for that.
Kira would look at the group disapprovingly.
If you really wanted to kill me, I go right ahead. I am standing right here. Try it. Do it. You couldn't.
Power word kill.
Kanan stands up,
You
gets
can't-
immediately disintegrated, he just fucking dies. Well,
Vaughn, you can't do it because I'll do it first. And rolls anything but a natural 20.
I get a +1 to the roll for every level I get from here on.
It's good, dude.
No, you don't. You get a -1 to your DC. There's a difference.
Oh, so
Yeah.
it's technically the same thing, different.
Same thing.
Technically.
But not.
Can I use bless on this?
Nah,
I
there's
was gonna say,
no
yeah,
modifiers
no
whatsoever. Not even
No
chat.
one except for level.
No.
Got it.
Maybe chat. Maybe chat. If I'm feeling generous in the moment.
I see. Divine intervention, though.
Yeah.
I have no designs on your life, Font.
I know.
Honestly, I'm concerned. I
So
can.
too am I. I saw the end. I saw
What?
the creation just of his mirror.
His mirror's gone.
It will be soon. Very soon.
We gotta get my men.
Yes, well, preservation of the mortal races is of the utmost import at the moment. So it seems our joyride is going to be cut short. I have many preparations to do.
Say so we all. Well, Ashel's just gonna I'll just open the door and stand aside.
I have something important to point out.
And pray tell, what is this?
Nobody likes us.
You cut out.
So-
Nobody likes us.
Speak for yourself. I'm very likable.
No,
I have an
Kira,
entire
you're not.
arcane tolerance.
Kira,
not?
Kira would say that very sympathetically and like pat Zarn on the arm. Breaking Bad.
What do you mean I'm not? I'm always so nice to everyone, though.
Oh, so nice.
Also,
to
please don't
absolutely
touch me.
everyone.
I don't like contact.
I'm so nice to everyone. Don't touch me.
Don't fucking touch me. I'll cut your hands.
We don't need to convince the world. Just a little bit of it. You said preservation of the mortal races. We don't need to save everyone, just enough to start over. If that's the case.
So what are we going to do? Just kidnap thousands of people?
No. I have ideas. I could plan to make a... This would take me a long time, but hopefully I'll have just enough time to do it. I could make a dimensional portal from Izmira to somewhere else. That is the only idea that is running through my mind at the moment, and if I do not act on it soon, I might lose it.
In theory, Kira would be counting on their fingers. We have humans, elves, orcs, one dwarf. She'd look at Darvin.
He strokes his metal beard and grins at you.
What are we missing? We could just take Silkwater and not have to fight anyone.
An option.
Little one, do you have a wife? She can look at Darvin.
No, I never met anyone that, made me feel like a
We'll get
special
you
dwarf.
one.
I'll get a wife. Oh.
Yeah, we'll find you someone.
I have significantly...
Puncher dwarf.
I don't think just any old dwarf will do.
We are thinking very small, he would say. It's like,
There are other options, I'm sure.
we need to
Silkwater
save...
is a start.
Yes, but the idea is I only have so much time. I need to place a gate where it is accessible to many. Silkwater
Yeah.
is small.
We
We're
have
just going to give up the
hundreds in
entirety
Silkwater.
of Blackwood. I'm aware of this, but we also have a massive entire cities. Like Mother and Blackwood. Just going to leave all of them behind?
We can turn them into spelljammers.
Turn the people into spelljammers, is that what you're suggesting?
I think he means the cities.
That's a... Oh my god, Vaughn's gonna be fucking Khadgar. He's gonna fucking, just take Dalaran and move it somewhere else!
It's
Go!
starting to sound like.
Go to Northrend!
I hate to bring up the alternative, but you could be thinking too big. You said they said the preservation of knowledge, and if the moral races not all things must be lost. That doesn't necessarily mean the people.
I know what you're saying, and I do not like it. As somebody who is a bookish nerd, I cannot agree.
I'm not saying I enjoy the possibility, I'm just saying if we can't make a boat big enough, we make whatever boat we can.
I have an idea. The Magical College in Blackwood. There is a chance I can ask for their assistance. I was rejected many years ago, but perhaps they'll rethink and reconsider.
Kanan?
Which is going to sound like insane fearmongers.
Those that are truly intelligent enough will understand that what I am saying is not doomsaying.
We can't leave Blackwood.
Kanan kind of has the guild heads in her pocket, as it were.
True. I need Detridalis to get his shit together.
Shit together, Detridalis.
I'll look into what I can. Now, I had the power to move through planes once. It wasn't mine. Maybe I can do it again, though I have no idea how. Or maybe find some way to preserve that which we can't save. If we can't save lives, perhaps we can save what makes it valuable. What's the word? Like a seed vault. You can't save the plant. Save the seed. It's an option. Or a backup.
Derek, relatively speaking, how much time do we have?
You don't know.
Okay. I can't even, like, guess.
Nah. It's
Okay.
it's happened before, but like the rate at which it is happening, there would be a typical windfall that you would have as expectations. It seems like something incredibly fucking recently knocked the whole thing off kilter and off balance. Talia consuming the world, in a way, from what you can understand, it's probably the only thing that's going to be able to restabilize it. Not what happened with the divine intervention either. Something from your vision that struck out of the jeweled seas. Something that upset the very foundational cornerstones of the world.
The other thing I'm really like genuinely thinking is like turning a part of Blackwood into Dalaran and just fucking like moving it somewhere else.
Why don't we make a Mythalar out of Blackwood?
See, the thing is, I need an ancient dragon soul for that.
We just saw what we're up against.
Unless I can make like a small scale one. Please, can I use your kid for something real quick? Not gonna say
No, absolutely not.
We need the soul of an ancient dragon. Vaughn would just say that like very blatantly.
How the fuck are we supposed to acquire that?
I do not know, but we need it sooner than later, because it's going to take me a lot of time to put together what I need to put together to save at least a good amount of mortals.
Blackwood is the most diverse city that you guys know of, by the way.
Blackwood it is. With the aid of the colleges, I might be able to do something that mortals have not seen in thousands of years. It's something I've been theorizing, writing up. He'd reach into his robe and pull out a book and open it up, and he'd start like flipping through pages, and he'd be showing you guys everything, and it's just like this really complicated, like minute, tiny little size script that you'd have to take a magnifying glass to. Wrote it down pages upon pages, just flipping, and he's just like looking at you as he's flipping through all these pages. This is one spell.
This whole book?
Yes. I believe I know what I must do, but this is practically a theory. I don't believe 100% that it could work, but it's the only it's the only chance I believe we have.
Well then. We follow up on everything, right? If these are the stakes, everything's on the table. Because everything is. Then we try everything.
With our next help, I might be able to find us an ancient dragon. But of course there's no guarantee that how how it's going to come about.
We're going to need to either convince it to hand over its soul or take it by force. Those are our options.
But soul be destroyed in the process.
It will just be shaped into something different.
I don't think Amethyst friend would be too keen on forfeiting a soul.
I'm not so sure. Weren't they saying that they didn't want to enter the material plane just as to not destroy it?
No.
Why wouldn't they wish the best for the material plane, especially if it means saving it?
And
You
it
certainly
could be
remember
made.
from part of the book that the Gith gave you that dragon is the cornerstone of their entire society. It's their living god.
But that's not happening.
Nah.
But
They are free. They don't really like. They're interested in the material plane, but not in so far as like they're going to sacrifice anything for it. They exist primarily in the astral sea, so they've seen it happen before. They'll be here still afterwards. That was what they told you as much too last time, or rather when y'all met them.
Okay.
I'm going to go have a chat with a friend upstairs. Hopefully I can get something. I'll be back. But, thank you, Vaunt. I appreciate it. He's going to, sort of stand, and as he does, hit the sort of little lines on his forehead will flash, and he'll fly out at surprisingly high speed to go to his quarters.
All right. We will probably hold off on that until everybody else has done their downtime, just so everybody has a chance. If there's anything else, or rather, if there is nothing else, then we will resume.
I think a lot of the things that I would want to do require, like, the scrying pool and what have you.
That's fair.
So I shall forego any more downtime actions.
Okay. Zarn.
Oh, didn't know what to do anymore. All that everything has changed.
Get a tan. I mean,
Drink some daiquiris.
So we're still on the ship.
Yeah. Till the end of the session.
There's not much I can do from here to help with the situation. So I guess I'm gonna just relax and pretend that the world isn't doomed. Enjoy the last day of vacation.
You might find it a little bit difficult because you are getting prodded with questions by Zarn, or excuse me, by Darvin.
it's like the last couple days of summer break when you know you're about to have like the whole fucking year of school, but you're just laying there pretending you don't have to go back to school.
That's a huge mood.
Darvin's asking, so, if the world's gonna be remade, and it's gonna be new, what do you think it's gonna be like?
Oh. We'll rise to the top naturally. Probably rule everything, as we should. You know, we'll deal with wizards somehow.
Yeah, that makes sense. Our new kingdom, are we gonna pave the streets with gold?
No, we'll keep the gold for ourselves, naturally.
Oh, okay. So, this new society, how are we gonna, like, stratify ourselves?
We'll hire people to do that.
I'm not sure I understand. Master Zarn, are you sure you know anything about empire building?
Of course I do. I mean, how hard could it be? You build an empire and then you have an empire.
I don't think it's that easy.
Nonsense. People are just lazy.
Nobody wants to work anymore, huh? Just in case you forgot why we have the evil tags in the stream.
Yeah, Jesus. What evil things said in this campaign.
Right?
I love capitalism.
We should make sure that enough people are on our side, though. We need to make sure we get our men.
Yeah. I have a feeling we might lose some of them when we go siege that castle.
Think we'll still do that?
Really? Why
I
not?
don't know. The world's ending.
Yeah, that's true. But, well, those people in Mother were pretty self-righteous. I have a feeling that they're still gonna have us hold up to our end of the bargain.
True. Well, perhaps we'll pick up some more men on the way. Have them be the expendables.
You can hear your, the, like, war master of your men laughing on the other side of you, like, yeah, that's a good idea. Let them do all the heavy lifting. We'll come in and sweep them from the side.
See, this is why you're my war general. You understand me.
Yeah. Never sieged a castle before, but, you know, fake it till you make it, right, boss?
See? Exactly. Just like building an empire. How hard could it be?
Sorry, could it be?
I say we all get a drink and enjoy our time before the world ends.
The dwarf very quickly goes back to his quarters before coming back with a rather stout, like probably 2-liter keg of whiskey that he begins like pouring out. I traded one of the crewsmen for it. It was supposed to be for trade.
You did good, Darvin. You did good.
He beams. Yep, all it took was a big old pile of gold.
Not too much gold, I hope. It's fine. We're about to have an empire.
You said spare no expense, so, you know.
Indeed. Is it a full bottle of whiskey?
Yeah, it's like a big old, like, 2-liter keg. Be like this big.
I'll invite Kanan over for a drink. Catch up a little bit since been away for a while.
Yeah, and plot to kill me again.
Kanan, my friend, come have a drink.
We need to plot how to kill this wizard once the world ends.
Yeah,
We're gonna form an alliance.
Kanan moping around. She'll take a seat and single tear for Blackwood, you know, to the homies.
Pouring out for my homies in Blackwood.
Kanan, when we get to this new world, you and I, we need to stand together, you know, in case we need to vote on something or, you know, the wizard's getting out of hand.
What happened to gold, you know?
I spent it on this whiskey.
Pretty good whiskey.
It is pretty good whiskey. In fact, can I get Constitution saving throws from Zarn and Kanan?
Ooh.
Oh no.
It's too good.
Best way to deal with the end of the world.
Kill.
But I can handle my stuff.
Oh yeah. You both feel the creeping effects, and as you look over the cask, Zarn, you see the words Rotwood Whiskey with a emblazoned in gold, and you begin sinking into your trip. It's a grand old trip. You're having a great time. For those of you who don't know, it has specific types of analogous effects to substances that exist in the real world that I don't know if I can say on Twitch. But you're tripping, having a great old time.
Are they perhaps like reality altering substances?
Yes.
Have fun, guys.
You did real good, Darvin. You did real good.
You know, I look at where my flesh ends and the metal of my beard begins, and it's like, are we all just different forms of metal wrapped in on our skulls like skeletal meat suits? I think about it sometimes. We're just energy, right? We're just souls to be consumed by gods. What's it all mean? What's it all for?
Darvin's having a really bad trip.
Yeah, he got a 2. Unfortunately, he's having a really bad trip.
Somebody quickly go, put your hands like this in front of Darvin and just kind of go like this until he levels out a little bit.
Oh, thanks for the hydrate, Nares.
Thank you.
Go to your happy place, Darvin. Think about axes and mining things.
Pillaging towns.
A nice cold
Think
beer.
about hordes of treasure.
A pretty dwarf lady.
We're gonna get you one of those, Darvin.
A home in the countrysides. Yeah,
Well,
that
as long
sounds
as we
nice.
find a good planet. But don't forget the pillaging and the hordes of treasure and whatnot. Those are the important things in life.
I'm gonna make him make another Constitution saving throw because you keep making him think of violence. He's able to ignore you for the most part and just kind of focus on thinking about a nice home in the countryside with a dwarf lady and a bunch of kids.
How's the my war guy handling it?
Let's have him make one as well. He is not doing great. He has never had this before either. He's tripping pretty hard. Also, he just like saw the planet today and you know, like the astral sea. You guys headed out to find a dead god's body that he saw with his own 2 eyes, and now you're headed back to a world that everybody is saying is going to end. He's not doing great.
Poor guy.
Not doing great.
Don't worry. You know, in the grand scheme of things, you're just like a speck of sand in a vast beach. Like, you know, it's all nothing.
Oh my god. The waves of time are gonna crash down upon me and bring me back into their sea of swirls. I'll be lost in the depths of eternity for all time. Oh my god.
See? That's what I'm saying.
Oh my god.
Isn't that reassuring?
He just like gets up, starts puking over the side of the puking over the side of the ship.
Oh no, the gravity well will just keep it floating there for a long time. Damn it.
You just hear like a comic like whoosh, like a toilet flushing. It just goes spinning out of the envelope.
And what happens in the
man.
astral sea stays. Astral sea.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I'm having a great time.
Plenty of eggs.
Probably have a whole jar of pickled eggs.
Nothing better than pickled eggs and whiskey.
Oh yeah.
Oh, great combo.
Don't
Special
knock it
whiskey.
till you try it.
Yeah, Rotwood whiskey, yeah.
Uh-huh.
So unless you two have anything else that y'all want to discuss or do, we'll move on to the next one.
Oh, that's it for me.
I think you might be muted, Natalie. We can't hear you. Did your mic switch? Did it do the thing? Oh, wait. I think I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. The light's not on, so I thought it was still off. I want to do more, but I don't know what else to do.
It's up to you. It's not necessarily as much as doing anything other than roleplay that you wanted to do. Not like
There's not much
upgrading
to do
troops
on
or
the ship.
anything like that. I figured if you wanted to have any like conversations with any of your people, now would probably be the time.
Yeah. This just starving in my my other guy.
Yeah.
I don't think I brought anyone else.
Kira is gonna have a conversation with Aranax
Yeah,
about
we
what's
can
going on. So
move on. It's fine.
Okie doke. So, you find Arnox on the deck.
Hey.
she gently put her hand on his shoulder.
What does it mean, the end of all things?
I don't know, my dear. I've never actually seen such a thing.
They say that it's happened before.
I'm sure it has hundreds of times. The universe is a vast place not meant for fleshy creatures like us.
If you go down far enough, what's at the bottom? Are they all just built on top of one another?
I wish I knew. Perhaps you'll live long enough to find out.
I'd like to find out.
You may not like what you find.
But I need answers. What's it all for? Why do we persist? If we're just gonna die at the end.
The funny thing about being alive is that we create our own meaning. I've seen a lot, done a lot, and that's what I keep coming back to. There is no meaning to life other than that which we assign it. And I think that's what makes it beautiful.
Part of me says to dominate, that the purpose of life is to drive others. I'm not so sure that's right. I see the way you handle people. I see the way others handle theirs. I think it's best that whatever it is I choose to do, those that are with me because they choose to be.
You would be correct. There's far too much misery and suffering in this universe without us creating more of it.
What's that saying?
Don't you think?
Misery loves company. It's the tagline. Do you see it, guys? It's the tagline of the show. You get it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, baby! Full circle, baby!
We did it.
Roll
We
credits.
did it. We are the Covet Syndicate.
2022. misery or not, you'll be here, right?
Until the end, my sweet.
He puts his hand on yours, kind of puts his head on your shoulder.
Kira gives him a gentle pat. You think you're up for everything that's going to come?
He thinks for a moment. And he nods. I'll certainly be upset if I have to start over on my layer, though.
I know. It's very beautiful, and you worked very hard.
Well, I suppose if we're to free people, we're to make Blackwood the safe haven. Well, we've still got a vampire to slay, don't we?
Yes, we do. We have much to be done, and little time to do it.
I think I'm ready.
I think you are.
I love you, Mother.
I love you too, my dear. Let me see. I am going to gift Aranax some of my personal belongings, particularly being my book of prayers and some of my effects for him to use.
He's kind of puzzled when you hand it over.
If anything happens to me, my duties fall to you. And I think you're mature enough that Persephone would welcome your company.
Okay. I want to say I'll keep you safe, but I don't know what to expect. But I'll do my best.
Future is unknown, my dear. That's what makes the present precious.
He clutches the book to his chest.
I'm proud of you.
He smiles at you. We've been through a lot together.
We have, and we shall go through more before the end. Come on, no more dawdling.
He follows you back into the Stern Castle. Is there any other conversations anybody wants to have before we wrap up the session? Any other actions that they want to do? I know, Vaughn, you said that you had something you wanted to do earlier.
Yes. Vaughn's going to take the Spelljammer back to his mirror. Specifically to his tower. Probably to Blackwood, and then we're gonna unload there and then go to the tower. But Vaughn, like, urgently needs to go to the colleges and see what he can do.
That is something that is going to have to wait.
No.
Yeah.
He's just changing the direction of the Spelljammer. He's also just, like, going over his notes and seeing, like, what he could possibly do to sort of, like, alleviate this. At all.
Alleviate the apocalypse?
Not so much alleviate, but so much, like, I guess, how big of a band-aid can he put on this, like, gaping fucking wound that somebody just shot and then, like, filled with sand and salt?
Put some dirt in it.
Yeah. God damn it, I'm probably gonna have to ask Celestine for help again.
I don't like giving answers away like that in this short of a window of time.
No, I know. Okay, never mind. A lot of the things I need to do are like massive machinations. So. Anyway, Vaughn's turning this ship around. taking it back to port.
Okay. So before the vessel breaches astral space and back into real space, and we end the session, last call. Anything for anybody?
I do have something, but I just went, so I'll let other people go.
Ashwell probably needs to talk to Whisper. So.
Okay.
Ashwell would, I imagine, falls immediately the last scene he was in. He just glides to his room and immediately just sort of like leans over to one of the horns and just says, "Whisper, could you come to my quarters?" And he's going to immediately sort of tuck himself into like a meditative, like cross-legged pose, plant the sword in front of, or probably hold the sword in front, let it levitate, just close his eyes and look up, and then open and see nothing but stars. No ceiling, no nothing else. Sort of in that place where he was briefly with the thing that remade him. And while there, he's just going to open his mouth and speak in that other voice and say, "You remade me, plucked what was me out of my body and put me somewhere else. Is that something I can learn to do somewhat? A shadow of it. The garden will burn. Can I save the seeds?"
What do you think you're here for?
I can't save the bodies. The souls, maybe. He sort of just nods quietly and, "Thank you." He's just going to close his eyes and open them again and be back in the room, waiting for Whisper.
Well,
a lot's happened, Whisper. Do you wish to sit with me for a moment?
she sits down next to you.
I realized earlier I didn't ask, but are you okay?
I feel some separation. Some sense of disconnect from the world around me. Ever since we first went to that place in the Feywild and in Arcadia, the Court of Summer, I threw away something that meant a great deal to me and my people. And I thought I was freeing myself from it. I'm not so sure that's what I did.
We need to go back there at some point. Perhaps we can find what you lost. We
I
bring
don't
some
think there's
peace
ever
to it.
getting that back. I think that I've made my choice. That the only way forward, the only way to walk the starlit path that you've set before me, is to overcome what's within me.
Ashwell gently offers a hand.
She places her hand in yours.
He squeezes it warmly. Well, then you won't do it alone. Hell or high water. In truth, we might not have that much time. The God Corpse. It held a dragon. Ancient beyond reckoning. It gave Vaughn a vision. I think it's true. He's altered now, changed. Not quite like us, but enough. He saw the wheel of time. He saw the end of all things, and a new beginning at the end of it. Apparently, we're reaching the end. And that tracks with everything we heard about the Empress and becoming a god. I guess it's just enough to break everything. So now we need to find a way to save what we can. The others want to save everything. They want to save lives as much as possible, but I hope we can. But I don't know. I think we might have to be at peace with saving what little we can.
How many people are going to die, Ashwell?
Sort of smiles, looks over at her. Everyone dies eventually, Whisper. But I know what you mean. Everyone, as far as I can tell. Everyone we can't save. But I might have an idea. The thing that took me, that remade me. Oh, how do I describe this? Let me try. He holds his hands out and he sort of projects his magic out and creates a rudimentary sort of sketch of himself in glowing red light. As a mortal, I had a body, and within it, sort of pushes his finger through it and sort of pushes this bright glowing spark out of it, and the body goes dim. A soul. The body died, and he blows it and just sort of dissolves into dust. The soul persists. The soul, however, doesn't need always to have the same body. And a new one was made for me. And sort of, he reconstitutes that light into a new body. And my old soul, and a little more was placed in it. He pushes the soul in, that little like glowing spark into the new thing, and it glows brighter again. I might not be able to save the people, but maybe I can save some of them. Literally, what's inside them. Plant them in something new when the time comes.
How would we even do something like that?
I'm not Vaunt. I'm not a savant with magic. It's intrinsic to me. It's like breathing now. Which is infuriating because you don't know how you breathe, you just do it. And when you think about it, it becomes difficult. But If you can take a soul and push it out of a body, then you can capture it. If we can't save lives, then we kill them and save their souls. As many as we can.
And Astral out here about to like learn Soul Jar just because.
Yep. he's talking about Soul Cage.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's what it's called.
I feel my power growing. I'll be able to do a rudimentary version of that soon, I think. I can feel it. But it's limited. It would only maybe be for a small portion of a day. It's not long enough. Vaunt can craft spells. Maybe we find a way to do it ourselves, or entreat his help. I know he wouldn't like the idea, and I will admit I'm not particularly keen on that either, but as a backup plan. He shrugs. Failing that, a doorway. I can't promise I can save the Syndicate, but I will save you.
Well, if we're gonna die, I hope at least it looks cool.
I'm sure it will. And we're not dead yet. We have much to do. We still have a castle to fight. And take. And an empire to build. The more resources we get, the easier this will be. We're working on a time frame, but we don't know what it is, and honestly, if that's the case, we do what we've been doing. Just a little faster. He offers to help her to her feet.
Yeah, she takes your hands and gets up with you.
He just sort of smiles and tousles her hair. Alright, enough of my doomsaying. Let's get back to the deck. It's a beautiful view out there, isn't it?
Nothing like it.
He's gonna leave the room and close the scene behind him.
Yeah.
I low-key kind of ship Whisper in Aranax.
That would be cute.
Yeah, I could actually see that. Oh, it's we the proud papas.
Yeah.
So, anybody else before we close out the session?
Ashwell and I are gonna set up like a semi-blind date, and Eric's gonna awkwardly RP with himself.
No, I don't feel like doing that. We can
Now
say that y'all
kiss.
set them up on one, but that's fine. Not my strong suit.
Kira does like Whisper a lot, so they would kind of urge Aranax to go make friends with them, but isn't gonna force anything.
Now kiss.
Yeah,
Yeah.
now kiss me.
Okay, I'm gonna roll 2 dice. So as the session ends, you urge Arnox to go stand next to Whisper towards the stern. He introduces himself, and the two begin talking. The firmament of the astral sea is passed through, and we can see the speed of the Anathium rapidly deteriorate. The two talking, the stars in the background, and for a moment it feels like all's all right, at the very least. And then you pass the dark side of the world, where you can see a good glimpse of what is to come. As I described before, a moon around a quarter of the size of the world, maybe a third. Made entirely of bone, mountains of flesh, rivers, oceans of blood. It blocks out the sun on its mirror surface. The entirety of the world's congruous land shape is bathed in eternal darkness in a geosynchronous orbit. And that is when you can see the planet. The surface is marred beyond, almost beyond recognize, like the ability to recognize it. Completely destroyed is this line in the half. There's this chasm that erupts from just south of Blackwood, scours all the way up the Shatter Shield Mountains, and then up to the northern part of the sea. There's fires. There's residual earthquakes. There's meteors falling to the earth. And as we end the session, we can see at the very center of this new moon the unfurling like a great reptilian eye on the plain. Well, thank you, folks. This was a beach episode right here at DMDM Studios. I hope y'all had fun. I had fun. Thank y'all for being here. My players, thank you for playing. I love you guys. Chat, thank y'all for being here. I surely appreciate you. Let's go through our shout-outs. Omni, you want to start us off?
Sure. Hello, everyone. I'm the Last Omnitech, your favorite robot American. You guys can catch me on my own channel, 10:30 a.m. EST, Thursdays and Saturdays. Thursdays, I do the Breakfast Club, where we all hang out, have ourselves a lovely breakfast, and talk about whatever's going on in the community. Basically, hangout opportunity and play Destiny or play whatever we feel like, or just do whatever. It's a fun old time and a way to have a nice little breakfast day with me. As far as Saturdays, the Stellar Forge, we do community world building on the projects I have, including my Atanria setting, Wild Skies of Atanria, and also the my homebrew TTRPG project I'm working on for 20 years, Legacy Storytelling the World Tomorrow, which will eventually be played on this channel and my own. Keep an eye out, plenty more things coming, come early November, so that's me. And you can always find me here on this channel on Reds, Alakazams. I'm all over the place. I love every one of them.
Oh yeah, love you, Omni. Thank you for being here, man. Much love, much appreciated, dude. Natalie, my wife.
You can find me here Saturdays playing either D&D or Lancer, and I don't think this. Are we playing Mouse Guard and Call of Cthulhu this coming week or no?
We are playing Call of Cthulhu.
Call of Cthulhu, I think. Mouse Guard, we'd be setting ourselves up for a weird schedule. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good.
So, Call of Cthulhu on Red's channel on Thursday. Otherwise, I'm on Twitter at LetZozoBeans. That's about it.
Well, thank you, baby. I love you. Appreciate you being here, as always. Jihan, my homie, what's up, dude?
Hello, I am Jihan. You can find me here every other Saturday and on Mondays on Death Roll. I'm also on Twitter at Hussein Jihan. If you want to DM me, we can talk.
Hell yeah. Sick, dude. Well, thank you for being here, Jihan. I love you. I appreciate you, buddy. Much love as always, dude.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Red, what's good, dude?
Hello, I'm Red. I'm one of the 3 primary colors. I'm a content creator here on Twitch and Twitter at VA Redemption on Twitter and at Redemption VA, not at, on Twitch. I am running I'm not running, but I am like running Call of Cthulhu this Thursday, 7 p.m. CST. Derek is the keeper of that game. So if you like Derek's GMing, which I don't know why you wouldn't like his GMing at this point if you're still watching him, you can come over there and watch him even more of it. Fuck yeah. I'm working on many different projects. I'm going to be involved in other people's many different projects, and we're actually looking we're getting close to the end of the first season of Cyberpunk Red. It's been a fucking blast. Made a lot of like absolutely great friends along the way. Made a lot of horrible enemies along the way.
As you do.
Yeah, it is coming to the end of season 1, and honestly, it's weird. But I'm gonna have to do something else in the meantime, but I already know what I'm doing. Stick around, folks, for the Thursday, because we're gonna be running Hunter the Reckoning.
Ooh, Pog.
I'm gonna be running that. So if you like my GMing style, you can watch that shit. Bang.
That's fucking hype.
Anyway, I'm gonna be writing a book throughout November. I'm already writing a book right now.
Ooh, nice, dude.
I'm burning a lot of fires in different places, and I'm not exactly
burning both ends.
I'm burning both ends. So yeah, check me out if you like my work. If you want some battle maps for like, was it $5 a month? You can check out my coffee. I just uploaded the one for today. Derek's gonna be able to see that because he's part of my coffee. Yay. So is Soul at Soul's Rolls. So yeah, and I'm also gonna ask Soul what he wants me to do for the next map because he has like the highest tier membership. Anyway, that's enough of me. That's enough of me. Yeah, thank you for having me, Derek. It's always awesome playing Vaughn. I'm literally living out my fantasy of being a planeswalker, so that's all I could ever ask for.
I'm very happy to be able to help people live out their dreams in my fantasy setting. That's all I want to do. So thank you for being here, man.
I want to destroy the world and make new Phyrexia.
I don't know enough about Phyrexia, but I know that they look scary. But thank you. Yep. Thank you for being here, man. Much appreciated, dude. Elise.
Hi, friends. I'm Elise. You can find me on Twitter at Illustrate. I created the art that you see over my profile. That is, I drew that. That is me.
Oh yeah.
For Kira. And if you like my art, you can DM me on Twitter because my commissions are open. So, yeah, you want art? DM me. I can help. That's what I do. I am a professional digital artist, and I like playing in games. And I'm a huge nerd. So, let me help you make an amazing character portrait. And orders that happen now, especially before Thanksgiving, will be arriving on time for the Christmas/Yule, New Year's type season. So,
sweet.
Get in touch with me.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Elise. Thank you for being here, dude. Much love, much appreciated as always. Yeah. Well, that was a beach session. That's what I promised. I mean, I don't know if the beach episodes are supposed to be sad, but to be honest with you, I don't watch enough anime to really know what a real beach episode is. So I don't know what you fucking expected. It's Covet Syndicate.
Fan service.
They're a waste of time and usually have like underage high school girl titties in them, so that's about it.
Well, I don't think that this episode was a waste of time. I think we know what the stakes are now as we're going into the spiral. Yeah, we are, if you couldn't tell, we are headed full steam ahead towards the end of the first arc of Covet Syndicate. It is gonna be pretty big. Yeah, I don't know what's to come afterwards. What's up?
End of the first arc, he says, is we're level 10. Are we doing epic levels?
We haven't even gotten to 11 yet, so.
I mean, like, 20 to 40.
I don't know how you can do that in 5e without just breaking shit, like, beyond the pale.
Just breaking the fucking game.
Yeah, we'll see.
I'm a wizard.
Hear me out. We just make a second character sheet and use both sheets at the same time.
Yeah,
we just stalled it.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we just like smush them together.
It would be a gestalt character sheet. You'd start getting levels in another class, basically. That could be cool. Yeah. Interesting ideas. Well, stick around for that. Who knows how long it's going to take us to get there. That castle's pretty fucking big. I started doing prep on that today. I mean, I already did the map. I did the map at like the beginning of this fucking year. But I started stalking it this morning, and I'm taking my fucking time on it. I've got probably another couple of weeks before I'm like start freaking out about it, but I'll probably get that done beforehand. Thank you guys for being here. What's up?
I want to be a demigod by the end of this campaign. Derek, like.
Yeah, everybody think of what your expectations are so we can figure out how to get you there.
I wish to be an actual god.
I'm gonna be a pre-mending planeswalker. Omni knows what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I'm gonna be an actual god.
Well, you never know what the future holds, folks. Thank you all for being here. I do love you. I do appreciate you. If you like what you saw, you can catch me live here at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time tomorrow with Heart of an Empire. It's a Legend of Five Rings 4th edition actual play hosted by The Lost Haven. It's a lot of fun. You don't want to miss that. It's a really cool campaign. On Monday at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time, we have Death Roll. It is a high-level Spelljammer campaign. Not set in Esmira, but still set in my homebrew setting. So it's a lot of crossover and stuff. You're going to see a lot of really heavy crossover here in the future with that one. On Thursday, I'm going to be hosting Call of Cthulhu Under the Jade Sky over at twitch.tv/redemptionva at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. Do not miss it. It's a blast. On Friday, we have a new show launching. I'm going to talk to the person who's going to be running it tomorrow to see if we can announce it formally, because it is that week, but anticipate a new show launch on Friday. That's going to be a lot of fun. And then next week on Saturday at 12:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, Booty, a nautical, piratical campaign in my homebrew setting. And at 6:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, Desperado, a Lancer actual play hosted by your boy, Red Down There. Thank you guys for being here. I love you. I appreciate you. Good night. I'm tired.